nutrition. Dr. Wright has established a strong and consistent research profile with numerous peer-reviewed publications, 3 authored books, and multiple book chapters focused on nutrition and secondary care. Her research agenda centers on nutrition, critical care nursing, and chronic non-communicable diseases with a clear emphasis on knowledge translation and clinical relevance. She has also contributed to funding research initiatives, including participation in a team awarded the Principal's New Initiative Grant. Dr. Wright demonstrates significant leadership in graduate education and research supervision. She has supervised postgraduate students for over 7 years, served as an internal examiner for master's thesis, and is currently engaged in interfaculty PhD supervision across the School of Education and the Department of Public Health. One doctoral candidate successfully defended in 2024 and another in 2025. Her supervisory portfolio includes international collaboration with the University of Delaware, further reflecting her academic reach and credibility. Her administrative and program leadership is evidenced by her service as a Bachelor's in Science program coordinator during multiple terms, that is from 2020 to 2021 and 2023 to 2025, during which she provided strategic oversight for more than 40 staff members and academic support for approximately 500 undergraduate students. She currently serves as simulation coordinator for the UWI School of Nursing, MONA, contributing to curriculum innovation, experiential learning, and quality assurance. She is also a PAHO certified trainer of trainers in good health research practices, strengthening institutional research ethics and governance capacity. Dr. Wright has made sustained contributions to institutional service and professional advocacy. She has served for over 7 years as a subcommittee chair or executive member of the West Indies Group of University Teachers, WIGOT, Jamaica. And currently, she holds the role of General Secretary of the West Indies Group of Teachers in Jamaica. Through these roles, she has demonstrated leadership in policy advocacy, governance, and stakeholder engagement. Her excellence has been recognized through multiple national and institutional awards, including the Governor General's Award for Excellency, the Distinguished Service Award from the Rotaract Club of New Kingston, and designation as a UWI Unsung Heroine during the university's 75th anniversary celebrations. A 3-time alumna of UWI, Dr. Wright also serves as a Justice of the Peace for Kingston and remains actively engaged in national leadership and civic development initiatives. Central to Dr. Wright's leadership and teaching philosophy is the belief articulated by Robert Frost: "I am not a teacher, but an awakener." This principle informs her student-centered, problem-based approach to teaching and her broad leadership practice, which prioritizes mentorship, capacity building, reflective practice, and continuous improvement. Through her academic, administrative, and service contributions, Dr. Wright has demonstrated sustained impact and readiness for advanced leadership and promotion within the university. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. No, man. Mr. White, you sure you heard good morning just now? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Sounds a little bit better, but I'm sure that after the prayer, we will sound even better. And so we are moving right along with our program, and I'm going to invite, pardon me if I butcher the name, Shazan Brown to do the prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Please bow your heads as I pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We pray that this seminar will be informative for us all. May you bless the presenters, interns, supervisors, managers, and everyone else involved in this event. Thank you for giving us the chance to develop our professional skills and help us to use this new knowledge, not only in our current work, but in the future as we join our various industries. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
For the past several years, I've had the opportunity to call on others to address this workshop in the way that they are sharing with and developing interns. But this year, Miss Brown, where did she go? She put me on the spot and asked me to be one of those persons who gave a reflection. And so, even though this is not normally my role, I'm asked to take on a different role today. And so, please allow me to become emotional, to tell you about what happened when, and to tell you a little bit about Pike's influence in my life. So, many moons ago, many moons ago, this is how my Pike journey started. So, not to date myself, you can see that that's 2018, right? And some of you might know the former deputy principal and the dean of medical sciences. At the time, Dr. Tomlin Paul was the dean for Faculty of Medical Sciences. My first interaction with Pike, and this is how my journey started. But this is the message that started it all. Miss Brown wrote to me, and at that time you see that I had a different name. I've given back that name since then. But at that time, Miss Brown would have written to me through her interaction with Dr. Barton Gooden at that time. And she would have asked if I was interested in participating in Pike. Certainly, sometimes I read, and I don't read as in-depth as I was supposed to read. So I expected that I would have been participating in the workshop, meaning I'd have come and I'd have occupied a wonderful seat there and I've been learning from others and I would have been developing myself. Little did I realize that somewhere embedded in the email was the request that I would have been the host. And so it transitioned. It took me a couple of weeks or perhaps days to answer Miss Brown, and I would have gotten a call in between the email responded because at that time I was undertaking the PhD program and it was quite demanding. In fact, I was also serving as a lecturer, doing studies as a student, and I had this opportunity, and that's how I would classify what happened at that time. It came as an opportunity. Also, what would have happened at the time is that I would have had more of my interactions with students and in a space with student nurses. So it would have been people who I was similar, who had similar interests. By the way, I'm not saying that MITS and IT is not important to all facets of the university and all facets of the world, but particularly in respect of the type of interaction I was having, most of those interactions would have been healthcare related. So to say that I was being asked to step out of my comfort zone is not over-exaggeration at the particular time. I was being asked to undertake a different or engage with a different audience. People who are young, people who were involved in IT, people who had no interest at all, more so in healthcare. So I had to learn. And so Miss Brown says this quote in different ways at different times. She says, sometimes we have to step out of our comfort zone to learn something new and to develop a new set of skills. So without knowing much about IT, and I'm particularly naive with respect to IT. I rely heavily on the support that I get for MITS, and I am very happy to interact with people who are the backbone of the skill set that I will now show you. So I've developed these skills particularly because of stepping out of that comfort zone. And so this particular program over the years, since 2018 until now, has developed some hidden skills, some benefits that I wasn't looking for, some benefits that I did not expect. And so while these are listed there, I'd just like to read a little bit more about how Pike has impacted me personally. Today we are celebrating the 12th staging of Pike. And I find myself reflecting with deep gratitude on the privilege of serving as host since 2018. What began as an opportunity to facilitate a program has become one of the most rewarding aspects of my professional journey. Each year, I have witnessed the workshop evolve while remaining true to its purpose of equipping, encouraging, and empowering participants. Standing before each audience has strengthened my own self-confidence and capacity as a public speaker. It has taught me to communicate with greater clarity, engage diverse audience, think quickly, and create an environment where participants feel welcome and valued. These are skills that have extended well beyond the workshop and have enriched my teaching, leadership, and everyday professional interaction. The workshop has also deepened my appreciation for the power of teamwork. Behind every successful event is a dedicated group of individuals who willingly give their time, talents, and energy. Working alongside colleagues, student workers, and organizers has reminded me that excellence is rarely achieved alone. It is built through collaboration, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to serving others. Perhaps the most fulfilling part of this journey has been witnessing the growth of our student workers. Year after year, I have watched students embrace responsibility, develop confidence, and define their leadership and communication skills, and contribute meaningfully to the success of this workshop. Seeing them recognized for their service is especially rewarding because I know contributions extend far beyond what the audience sees here. Many have gone on to excel in their academic and professional pursuits, and it is gratifying to know that the workshop has played a small role in their personal and professional development. As I reflect on my own journey, I recognize that none of this would have been possible without the vision and encouragement of remarkable individuals who have believed in me and in you. I owe a profound debt of gratitude to Ms. Janice Brown, the visionary founder of Pike. More than the founder of this initiative, she has been a trusted friend over the years. She has developed into that, a mentor and a constant source of motivation. Her unwavering belief in people, her passion for empowering others, and her commitment to excellence has inspired me year after year. I'm deeply thankful for her confidence in me and for the opportunity to grow alongside this remarkable initiative. I'm equally grateful to Dr. Barton Gooden, whose recommendation to Ms. Brown opened the door for me to become part of this incredible journey. That single act of confidence in my abilities has had a lasting impact on my professional and personal growth. It serves as a powerful reminder that when we believe in others and create opportunities for them, we often influence lives in ways we may never fully realize. As we mark this 12th staging, I celebrate not only the longevity of the workshop, but also relationships, mentorship, and shared purpose that has sustained it. The Pike Workshop is more than an annual event. It is a community of learning, encouragement, and transformation. I am humbled to have been part of this story over the past years and remain committed to supporting its mission for years to come. Happy 12th birthday, Pike. May this workshop continue to inspire, empower, and transform lives as it has transformed my life. Thank you. And thank you ever so much for the opportunity to reflect and to speak. Now I'm going to hand over to IT for them to give us an MITS highlight and some good wishes.
Congratulations to Pike on 12 years. I am Crystal Bruce Rosado, a past intern of the MITS User Support Services, and I am so grateful for the time that I have spent at MITS, its leadership, and all the things that I have learned through Pike and through the internship program. I did my bachelor's in psychology at the UWI, and right now I am working as an academic counselor for a university in New York. And I love it. I love it. I was able to use the skills that I learned in psychology and pair them with the leadership skills that I have learned through the internship at MITS and through the insight that I have gotten from the Pike interns during my time at User Support Services. Right now, I am just so grateful that I was able to be a part of the program. I'm so grateful that I was able to learn from such amazing leaders at MIT.
So we agree that Pike is fantastic, right? Let's check if we woke up now. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Not so sure, but we're going to hear from a gentleman who is also very instrumental in Pike. We're going to invite Mr. Jeremy White to give welcome and opening remarks.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Okay, that's more like it. Right, Donald? Great. Can you believe that this is the 12th staging of Pike? In fact, when I got into office this morning, there's a little area of my office when I come in, I put down my bag and my stuff. And literally this morning, the bag, when I put it down, it displaced a stack of papers. And the paper that was right on top was a program from Pike. I think it was 2024. And it said 10th staging. And I said, my goodness. So did some quick math and said this one is the 12th. So I came eager to ask you guys, okay, which staging is this? But it's obviously already well known because it's on the program and it's on the screen. But can you believe it is 12 years? Welcome. Let me welcome every one of you to this staging of Pike. And there's a real way in which Pike is a signature event of MITS. And, you know, even more broadly speaking, Pike has become a signature event, I would dare say, of the Mona campus. There are and have been several occasions in which I run into past interns. Some of them I may not recognize at the time, but they remember me, and they certainly remember their time at MITS, and they speak about the leadership skills that they developed while being an intern and how those leadership skills came to manifest or fruition within organizing and helping to stage and presenting and being a part of the process that leads to the realization of this workshop every year. And I'm pretty sure that that is exactly the same with all of our fantastic interns. You know, I once said that MITS would not be what it is and what it has been without our student workers, our interns, as we tend to refer to you as. There's a real way in which you bring a certain energy and dynamism to what we do and keep us grounded. And I suppose there's also an extent to which you remind us of the reason why we do this. I mean, we do this because our most important stakeholders, and we should always remember that. You are our most important stakeholders. Our most important stakeholders are our students. So that, I think, also underscores why this event is as important as it is and why it is as rewarding as it is. So as you know, Pike is about professional development. And there's a lot said about professional development, and I think there's an extent to which we all know how important professional development is. And as we live in a world that's increasingly dynamic, a world that is changing at a very rapid pace, and in a real way, the dynamism and the speed with which the world changes is being driven by technology. And I suppose there's no more signature technology, no technology that better exemplifies that than artificial intelligence, and how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing just about every single aspect of what we do. But what is interesting is even while artificial intelligence evolves at a rapid rate, and there are obviously benefits and there are obviously risks, that will not replace the importance of people and the importance of your skills, the importance of good organizational culture, and therefore the importance of professional development. So one of the key things that has always intrigued me is to see how both in the mix of past interns who present and others who present, how that always comes together in a seamless way and provides us with new insight, new ideas, with the kind of thought leadership that is required for organizational change. Because at the end of the day, what we're about is excellence, and excellence requires cultural change and requires organizational transformation. And that doesn't happen by chance. That happens because persons who are driving that change are empowered with knowledge and skills and the kind of interpersonal communication and all of that that comes together. You know, we neatly refer to it as we've been developed professionally, but all of those professional skills that come together that allow us to drive organizational change and ensure that we achieve service excellence. So I have absolutely no doubt that this Pike will be no different in that regard, that this will be an inspiring, enriching, extremely worthwhile, probably even, as Don had indicated, Dr. Wright indicated, a sort of transformational experience as well. And I think substantively that this should increase your belief and confidence in yourself. I like that quote, and I sort of paraphrase it about confidence is not knowing that you can do it, but having the belief, and I would paraphrase on confidence, believe in yourself that you can, that you will try, and that you will succeed. And I think at the base of what Pike is about, it's about engendering and underscoring and building this belief, not just in you, but in us as well. I mean, when Jenny started this impetus for Pike, we probably would not have thought that we would be running for 12 years and it would be as enriching an experience as it is. So, having said all of that, and having had a look at the agenda and how rich the agenda is, there's nothing left for me to do but to welcome all of you, to welcome all of those who are going to participate, all of our presenters. We provide you with a very heartfelt welcome, warm welcome, and we thank you very much for taking the time to participate in whatever way. And we are assured that you will leave enriched and fulfilled. Thank you.
You see what I mean? We could easily have asked Mr. White to be one of our presenters today. In fact, there are many gems he left with us. Who heard that this is a changing world? And the driver of the change is particularly AI, right? Don't know how to use it, but I'm going to be speaking to somebody down at MITS to help me. I've also heard him say that there is an organizational shift as well, and professional development is an important part of it. And I think he said our overall aim is service excellence. And I think MITS is renowned, not has been, but is renowned for its service excellence. And I want all of you to tap your shoulders, give yourself a little pat on the back because you're a part of the service excellence of MITS. And it's very good to hear that Your leader also agrees with you that service excellence is an important mandate and that you help to carry out that mandate. But let's give us a little break. Everybody have phone, the bigger, better network. That network, right? Star 121. That network. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go. 639-589-774-7695. Who got it? Missed? One more time. All right. Star 121. Here we go. Ready? 639-589-774-7695. Who got it? No, man, you have to do better. Miss Brown, somebody got it, and we didn't even hear. Who got it? Somebody got it, you see? Somebody got it. And then the other network. Which department is she from? The person who got HR? Yeah. Success Division. Yes. The other network, ready? Star 121, ready? 538-443-648-86064. Got it? Got it? Sounds like we need to do it one more time. Let's see our listening skills. We got it? Wave some, so that I see who got it. Who got it? All of them that I got are new. So who got it? All right, let's try one more time. 538-443-648-86064. Who got it now? Got it? Got it? I'm not sure. Not used any. Haven't used. So let's do one from that network again. Are we listening? Ready? The other net, not the bigger, but the other network. Flow. The other network. Star 121, are we ready? 882-196-953-09860. Got it? Got it? So who is the person who got it? Just wave, let's see who got it. Pardon me? Oh, you try to go on. All right, so we'll do that in a little bit. So I need two people just to put up their hand quick. All right, come. I saw your hand. One more hand. I saw your hand. Wait, where's the other hand? Come quickly. And I have the esteemed Miss Brown who will join me. Come. You get to choose any side. But we're going to give, yes, I'm going to give you something. Come, sir, come quickly. Come quickly as we settle. Miss Brown, where are you? So you can pick any side, and you have to pick medium. Sorry, you don't get a chance to pick. And Miss Brown doesn't get a chance to pick. But guess what? You can choose who speaks first, even among the three of you. Ready? So you're going to respond to the question that is on your paper.
Well, Adam,
You'd like to go first?
Adam was made first.
Oh, I see. There we go. So by choice, you are first, sir. Come to your mic so that they can hear your question and hear your response.
Okay, so my question is, what song would you choose if you were singing a karaoke? That's a good question. I cannot sing. Okay, but if I were to give it my all, I would choose a song about about the goodness of God, because this past academic year has been really insightful. I've learned a lot, and it has transformed me. And I'm truly honored to be here with everyone, sharing in this progress. Surely we all have our own story, but thank you all for being here, and I look forward to spending the rest of the day with everyone.
Thank you, sir. All right, you're next.
Well, I didn't know I was going to be selected. So, off the bat, what career advice would you give your younger self? So, when Janice was a girl. And the bottom of it says deeper. But I'll associate deeper with hungry. And on my way here this morning, I was speaking to someone who wants to become a part of the internship program. And the first thing I said to her, you have to be hungry for success. Who knows Leslie Brown, the most highlighted Black American motivational speaker. Les Brown said for success, you have to be hungry. Not hungry, but hungry for success. He also said that one of his quotes is, always aim to shoot at the moon. And if you miss the moon, you will be among the stars. So my younger self is, the advice would be, I would be more hungry for success and for knowledge empowerment. Thank you.
Good. Which one is it? This one? Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my question is, what's something that you are grateful for today? So that's a question I would have chosen. Naturally, I am grateful for this space and this opportunity that I've been given to work at MITS. You know, Miss Brown would have known the story of how I actually came to have been given the opportunity to be here. And so I'm just grateful for my coworkers, I'm grateful for my supervisors, my managers. It has been a really good experience so far, and I'm just really grateful for the space and the opportunity that I've been given to work here.
And here you go. So, God has been good, grateful for this space, and say it again for me, Miss Brown. Hungry. Who knows Francis Assisi? No, don't put up your hand, Mr. White. Don't put up your hand, Dr. Anglin. Miss Brown, don't put up your hand. Who knows Francis Assisi? Boy, if we put up your hand, we're dead to self, right? Yes. All right. So, one homework, you need to figure out who Francis Assisi is, right? Interns. So Francis Assisi says, start by doing what is necessary. Then do what is possible. And suddenly, you are doing the impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter into our first session, and I'm going to invite Mr. Martin Luther Bergeron to introduce our speaker. Mr. Bergeron.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Luther King Bergeron. For those of you who weren't here last year, yes, that is my real name. And it is my pleasure to introduce our first facilitator to you this morning. Currently, since August 1st, 2021, he serves as the University of the West Indies' first University Data Protection Officer, runs the University Data Protection Office, and oversees the university's privacy management program, which spans the 26 countries in which the UE operates or has strategic partnerships. He completed his doctoral studies, focusing on innovation and social informatics, in 2015 at the University of Manchester, UK. Over the last several years, Dr. Anglin has been involved in several initiatives at the strategic level of information technology and has led in areas such as identity management, internet protocol address rationalization, information strategy, and IT policy development. Over the years, Dr. Anglin has taught several courses in areas ranging from computing to ethics and general management. He is also a management consultant and does work in various areas, including strategic planning, project management, and business development. Up to January 2024, he was a member of the Finance and IT Subcommittee of the Board of Directors of the National Solid Waste Management Authority, and currently is a member of HR Administration and IT Subcommittee of the Board of Directors of the Factories Corporation of Jamaica Limited. On the quality assurance side, he's actively involved with the University Council of Jamaica, where he sits on its computing board and is an assessor, elevated to chair in 2019, who evaluates institutions which apply for program accreditation or to register with the UCJ. Notwithstanding his eclectic professional interests, his primary focus presently lies in data protection and preserving the privacy of individuals' personal information. With the increasing trend towards online engagements by organizations, he is deeply concerned about the potential negative impact that the global data privacy paradigm might have on the Caribbean region. This concern is intensified with the almost ubiquitous use of artificial intelligence in professional life. These have led to Dr. Anglin becoming immersed in privacy and to him co-chairing the Caribbean chapter of the International Association of Privacy Professionals Knowledge Network, as well as to him being a member of the UI's AI subcommittee. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Patrick Anglin.
Thank you very much for that wonderful and expansive introduction, Mr. Martin Luther King. Before I start, I just want to recognize the CIO for the Mona campus, Mr. Jeremy White, as well as the manager for MITS's User Support Services Unit. And I also want to recognize any other senior administrator who is in the room. And I see a colleague right across the way there. And I want to thank you for turning up, but also thank Janice for the invitation. I appreciate it. So, my presentation this morning is very low-tech, and I know this is a technology group. So you're not used to seeing low-tech presentations, am I right? You're used to seeing things like PowerPoint and these wonderful tools, yeah? But we're going to be low-tech today. And I want you to help me by nodding your heads, up or down or left to right, if you recognize I'm saying something that you don't like, all right? By the way, how is the World Cup going? We okay? Not good. Well, my side is no longer there, but that's how it goes. And these days, between AI, the World Cup, deadlines, group projects, and by the way, did I say good morning to all of you, Pike attendees? I said good morning to the dignitaries, right? But I didn't say good morning to the persons who really are the most important people in the room. So good morning. And please accept my apologies for neglecting you, but I really saved the best for last. So between AI, the World Cup, deadlines, group projects, and everything else happening in student life, I know your attention is being pulled in many directions. In addition to the topic provided to me, and I'll get to that shortly, I was also asked to place special emphasis on a few practical matters, things like mindset, promptness, pleasant and respectful service, doing the best you can with the responsibility given you, and learning to switch hats from being a student in the lecture theater to being a service provider, in the service chair, of course. So those are not small matters. They are part of building a stronger service culture. So I will try to do two things. One, I will try to keep it real for you. And two, to make it useful. Because while not involved in Pike myself, I was also a student worker like yourselves. You see, the work you do is not just a student job. It is a part of how people experience our university. One of my favorite speakers, not Les Brown, but he's also one, is Jim Rohn. And Jim Rohn passed in 2012. And I really like his work. His material has assisted me personally in my own development, and I would therefore like to begin with one of his quotes. And this is the quote: "The most important question to ask on the job is not, what am I getting? The most important question to ask on the job is, what am I becoming?" And especially for you, because you're at the beginning of your journey. That question, why am I becoming, or what am I becoming, is where I want us to begin. Many people, especially at the start of their working lives, they naturally ask, what am I getting? What am I being paid? What hours am I working? What benefit do I receive? And I'm sure you're going to ask those questions. These are understandable questions. They are not wrong questions, but they are not the most important questions. The better question is, what is the experience making of me? Am I becoming more disciplined? Am I becoming more reliable? Am I becoming more respectful? Am I becoming more confident? Am I becoming more professional? Am I becoming the kind of person who can be trusted with more responsibility? That is the real value of an opportunity like Pike. It is not only about the tasks that are assigned to you, it is also about the person being formed while you perform the task. So now to my topic. I was asked to speak specifically on student retention for business expansion and sustainability. So that is my topic, student retention for business expansion and sustainability. And I think it's in the program as well. The theme for today is professional development for greater impact. And the invitation sent to me describes this as a human capacity building training seminar for customer care representatives and student workers in training. So at first, things like student retention, business expansion, and sustainability may sound like topics for the senior people. Finance officers, administrators, admissions teams, program managers, CIOs, or academic leaders. But they are also topics for you. Why? So think about the institution as a business. Like any business, the university, our ex-Oriens Occidentally looks, must understand who its main customers are and how to keep them. You, students, are our main customers. How do we keep you? The business of customer retention is a serious one. Retention is not shaped only in the classroom from delivery. It is also shaped at the service counter, on the telephone, by email, through online support, in a help desk interaction, and in every moment where someone either feels helped or feels ignored. A student may decide to stay at an institution because the program is good, or other programs exist which they like. But their daily experience also matter. Question: was the service helpful? Was the response timely? Was the explanation clear? Was the tone respectful? Was the student passed around from place to place, or were they properly guided? Did the institution feel organized or confusing? Did the person seeking help, the persons you will interact with, did they leave more confident, or did they leave more frustrated? Those things matter. Retention simply means keeping the customer engaged, enrolled, and progressing, as well as being connected until they end their association. For us at the university, retention matters because every student who leaves before they should represents more than just a lost opportunity for us. It may mean lost income as well, in terms of tuition. But importantly, it also means a loss of confidence in the institution. It may also mean a disappointed family. It may also mean reputational damage. It may mean a missed opportunity for us to help produce a graduate of substance who can contribute to our society. So, expansion of the university, and I'm not sure you know, but the university operates across 26 countries right now. Expansion of the operations of the university depend not only on recruiting students. There's more to it than that. It speaks to bringing students in, but service is what keeps them. So, this is where your role becomes important. This morning, and that was my run-up, This morning, I want to speak on 5 themes. So, I know I don't have a PowerPoint, and you know, when you write, it aids retention, and it triggers a cognitive function. So, if you have pens and paper, I invite you to write. I'm not seeing nobody write. Okay, so what are my 5 themes? First, retention begins with experience. That's the first theme. The second theme, what are you becoming as service professionals? The third theme, it's about mindset, and it says mindset and standards shape service. The fourth theme, the need to switch hats from student to service provider for the entire university community. And my last theme, if I have the time, how prompt, delightful, and professional service supports retention, sustainability, and institutional growth. These 5 themes are simple, but if you take them seriously, they can change how you see your work, how you serve, how you prepare for your future, and what you become. So theme 1. What was theme 1? So let us begin with an idea. A student does not experience the university only through lecturers or lectures, tutorials, grades, and exams, right? We know that. A student also experiences the university through offices, the library, systems, emails, service desks, portals, phone calls, ticketing systems, waiting times, responses, explanations, and human interaction. And it's not only students who depend on good service. I depend on good service as well. You support a wider university community. You support administrators, professional staff, support staff, visiting scholars, and other visitors, as well as your colleague students. But because the assigned topic is student retention, I want us to focus on the student for a little bit. A student like yourself who is confused and receives help is more likely to feel that the institution is working. Yes? A student who is frustrated and receives patience is more likely to feel respected. Yes? A student who is lost and receives clear direction is more likely to keep going. A student who has a problem and receives a timely response is more likely to feel that somebody cares. But the opposite is also true. A student who feels ignored may disengage. A student who is passed from one office, from one service provider to another without guidance will become discouraged. A student who cannot get a simple answer may begin to lose confidence. A student who already has academic, financial, or personal pressures, which many people have, may experience one poor interaction as another reason to give up, to stop coming. That does not mean you are responsible for every student's decision to stay or leave. That would be unfair to you, and it would not be true. But it does mean that your interaction can either strengthen the confidence of your colleague students or weaken it. You may not control tuition fees. You may not control program structure. You definitely don't control academic performance, aside from your own. You do not control every administrative process, and we know that some of them are frustrating, but you can control the quality of the interaction in front of you. You can control whether you listen and how well you do so. You can control whether you explain clearly. You can control whether you respond respectfully. You can control whether you follow through or follow up. You can control whether person or people or your colleagues or the visitor leaves feeling helped. These are not small things. Sometimes people think impact must be dramatic to be important. But in service, impact often happens very quietly. One clear explanation can reduce anxiety. One patient response can restore confidence. One follow-up message can make a student feel seen and appreciated. One well-handled interaction can prevent a small issue from becoming a major complaint. One professional response can help your customers remain connected. So when we speak about retention, we are not speaking only about big strategies. We are not speaking about our revenue revolution strategic plan. We are also speaking about a daily experience. And you are part of that daily experience. That is why your work matters. So that's my first theme. What was my first theme? Lovely. And theme 2, what are you becoming as a service professional? In 30 years' time, when you have the pleasure of standing at the lectern to address another Pike group, what will they see you as? Let us return to Jim Roon's question. What am I becoming? Professional development is not just about attending a workshop, as good as this workshop is. It is not just about receiving a certificate. It is not just about adding something to your resume or CV. It is not just about saying, I was a part of Pike. Professional development is about becoming. Becoming more disciplined, becoming more careful, becoming more reliable, becoming more mature, becoming more useful, becoming more trustworthy, and eventually becoming more professional. Gen Z is the most fired generation that we have seen in the workplace. We have seen Gen Zers. It's not about rights, it's more about reaction and responsibility. Our Gen Zers, like yourself, are not professional. And we're not rapping you on the knuckles for it. It's because we haven't done a good job of ensuring that the message is actually transmitted to you. So, your current role matters. Some people treat early work opportunities casually because they think the work is small. It's just a help desk. I'm going on to bigger things. They say, it's a student job. I am only working here part-time. This is not my final career. I am just helping out until I finish my degree. And I understand why someone might think that. You are students after all. You have classes, you have assignments, you have deadlines. Of course, you have exams. And you have your own pressures. So it's natural to see the job as temporary. But temporary roles can still produce permanent habits. That is the part that I don't want you to miss. Because how you do one thing often becomes how you do everything else. If you practice carelessness now, carelessness can become a habit. If you practice lateness now, lateness can become a habit. If you practice doing only the minimum now, minimum effort can become a habit. But the opposite is also true. If you practice discipline now, discipline becomes a habit. If you practice respect now, respect becomes a habit. If you practice reliability now, reliability becomes a habit. If you practice excellence now, then excellence becomes a habit. Not just being excellent in your classroom activities, but being excellent in every aspect of what you do. Habits are powerful. Your habits will either carry you forward or hold you back. A person does not suddenly become professional when given a big title. A person does not suddenly become responsible when they eventually get a large salary. A person does not suddenly become excellent when promoted to a higher position. People are usually promoted into what they already have been practicing. So, if you want greater impact later, practice greater discipline now. If you want to be trusted later, practice trustworthiness now. If you want to be taken seriously later, take your present responsibility seriously now. If you want to lead later, learn to serve now. That is professional development. It is not glamorous every day. It is not always exciting. It is not always comfortable. Sometimes it is routine. Sometimes it's making your bed or picking up the socks from off the floor. Sometimes it's repetitive. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? Sometimes it is frustrating. I know you're upset. Allow me to explain. But development often happens in routine places. It happens when you report on time, even when you are tired. It happens when you answer respectfully, even when the user is difficult. It happens when you check the information instead of guessing. It happens when you accept correction instead of becoming defensive. It happens when you finish the task properly, even when nobody is watching. This is where the person is formed. And one day, when larger opportunities come, people will not ask only, what do you know? They will also ask, can this person be trusted? Because skill, what you can do, may get you noticed. It is character that gets you trusted. So the question is not merely, what am I getting from Pike? The better question is, what is Pike helping me to become? So that's my second theme. What was my second theme? Lovely. I see somebody's paying attention, but I want to hear it from my younger people too. So what's my second theme? So the third theme, and remember, what? Tell me? Lovely. So I am almost halfway there. So you can get up and stretch and yawn afterwards, right? Okay. And I hope I'm not boring you too much with this non-multimedia aided presentation. Because I know you're used to the multimedia stuff, right? But I wanted to focus on the voice for a little bit. So my third theme, as you just said, mindset and standards shape service. The third theme is about mindset and standards. One of the greatest obstacles to professional growth is not the lack of intelligence. We know you're bright. You're all bright. It is not the lack of talent. It is not even the lack of opportunity. One of the greatest obstacles is a limiting mindset. So let me say this carefully. And I'm not saying this to criticize anybody. I am saying it because every one of us has to be careful about our mindset. A limiting mindset can show up in anyone. What does it say? It says, this is not my problem. That person is a nuisance, it's bothering me. Nobody will notice anyway. This is good enough. How many times you hear that? I cannot do more. I am just a student worker. But you must challenge the mindset because that's where growth begins. Ms. Brown specifically identified a limiting mindset as one of the main concerns, and that is why I'm focusing on it. And she asked that emphasis be placed on serving users promptly, delightfully, and as well as possible. So I don't see the smiles. And you have such pretty smiles. Smile, man. When you smile, it is heard in your voice. Do you believe that? Okay. So, mindset affects behavior. Behavior affects service. Service affects experience. Experience, as we stated in Team 1, affects retention. Retention affects sustainability of our enterprise. So mindset is not a small thing. You do not rise above the standard you accept for yourself. Let me say that again. You do not rise above the standard you accept for yourself. If your standard is low, your growth will be limited. If your standard is casual, your impact will be casual. If your standard is just enough, then your future may also become just enough. But if your standard is excellence, even in the small things, something begins to happen. People notice. Supervisors notice. Colleagues notice. Users notice. And guess what? Opportunities notice. So let's be honest. It is easy to blame the environment. It is easy to say the system is slow. It is easy to say the users are difficult, and they are. It is easy to say the instructions are not always clear, and sometimes it isn't. It is easy to say nobody appreciates us. And sometimes that is true. But even when it is true, it does not remove your responsibility for your standard. You may not control the whole system, but you control your conduct. You may not control every delay, but you control whether you communicate clearly. You may not control every user's attitude. In fact, you don't control the user's attitude, but you control your response to it. You may not control every policy, but you control whether you give accurate information. You may not control whether others around you are professional, your colleagues, but you control whether you are professional. Remember, when your standard is excellence, people notice, supervisors notice, colleagues notice, users notice, and the opportunities that you so yearn for notice as well. That is where maturity begins. Maturity begins when you stop waiting on everything around you to improve before you improve yourself. Professional development for greater impact requires personal responsibility. What does it require? It says, I will not be casual simply because others are casual. It says, I will not be rude simply because someone else is rude. It says, I will not be careless simply because the task seems small or insignificant. It says, I will not lower my standard because nobody is watching. It says, I will not allow a temporary role like this one to create a permanent bad habit. It's not about being perfect, because nobody's perfect. You will make mistakes. You will have bad days. You will sometimes need guidance. You will sometimes need correction. That's normal. The issue is not whether you will ever make a mistake. The issue is whether you are willing to grow. A teachable person can go far. A teachable person listens. A teachable person adjusts. A teachable person does not fall apart when corrected. A teachable person does not treat every piece of feedback as an attack and a bad mind and bad mind you. Correction is often the price of improvement. If someone corrects your tone, learn. If someone corrects your process, learn. If someone corrects your punctuality, learn. If someone corrects your documentation, your grammar, your diction, learn. The person who refuses correction refuses growth. And the person who refuses growth should not expect greater impact. So protect your mindset. Raise your standard. Not in a harsh way, not in a self-condemning way, but in a mature way. Say to yourself, I am learning. Say it with me. I am learning. I am growing. I am practicing professionalism. Say that one again, louder. Louder still. How many persons here are on hall? Nobody here on hall? Hold up your hand, high. Where are my Taylorites? Which block? Okay, so the Falcon call. Do it like the Falcon call. Let's do it again. Yes? I am practicing professionalism. And the last one, I am becoming the kind of person who can be trusted with more. Remember, everybody notices. Your colleagues, your supervisor, and the opportunities notice as well. That is the mindset of growth. And that was my third theme. What was my third theme? Lord, you're not right. Okay. The fourth theme. So I am almost finished, right? So you can soon be rid of me. This man will come and talk about these things. So the fourth theme. So theme 4 is very practical. Switch hats. Many of you are students. All of you are students. You all have pressures. You all talk to your colleagues in a particular way. That matters. You attend classes, you prepare assignments, you sit exams, you deal with your own pressures. You know what it means to need help, to be confused, to be tired, to be frustrated, and to wait for answers. We all know that. That's not foreign to us. That experience can actually make you a better service provider because you know what it feels like to be on the other side. When I speak about privacy, I say to persons, treat other persons' secrets as if they were your secrets that they're handling. So we understand what it is like to be frustrated. Anybody who has gone through registration knows that. We understand what it's like to wait for answers. Anybody who has been waiting on their mid-semester grades understands that. That experience will build something inside of you. So when you sit in the service chair, you are no longer operating only as a student. You are now a service provider. What are you? So that requires a shift. In the lecture theater, you are there to learn. At the service point, you're there to? What you're there to? In the lecture theater, you may be thinking mainly about your own needs. At the service point, you must think about the needs of the person in front of you or on the line. In the lecture theater, you receive support. At the service point, you provide it. That is the switch. Now, switch from being students who collect to service providers who deliver. That's a powerful image. The chair you sit in changes the responsibility you carry. And this point is especially important because you do not support students alone. And this is a very important one. Everybody calls the same service desk. You realize that? If I work in the regional headquarters, and sometimes our sponsors, our funders, ministers of government come across, and when we have a problem, who do we call? The service desk. We give them the number for the service desk. As student workers, you are not simply providing support to fellow students. You are part of a wider support system serving the entire university community. The person before you may be a student, but that person may also be an administrator, a member of the professional team, a fellow student support staff member, a lecturer, a visiting scholar, a contractor, a visitor, a parent, a pro-vice chancellor. That matters. Because the person you assist may be someone who may go on to teach a class, to process your records as a student, to advise fellow students, to support a department, to manage an office, to attend a meeting, to determine the next tuition that you are going to pay, or to serve someone else. So your service, listen to this carefully, your service does not end with you, it travels. A good service experience travels. Unfortunately, a bad service experience also travels. If someone has a poor experience, especially at a help desk, that frustration never stays there. They're going to say, MITS is a problem. And if they're not a part of the university system, what are they going to say? The person may react badly in the moment. They may become impatient, defensive, upset, or dismissive. But it may not stop there. They may carry that frustration into the next office, the next classroom, the next meeting, the next email, the next student interaction, or the next conversation with a colleague. Remember, everybody is watching, including the opportunities. In that way, one poor service experience cascades across the organization. It can affect the mood in another office. It can affect the way a staff member responds to a student. It can affect the way a visitor describes the institution. It can affect how confident people feel in the service. It can affect the reputation of your wonderful unit. That is why the help desk is not a small place. Repeat this after me. The help desk is not a small place. No, man, say it like you mean it, man. No, I understand. The help desk is often a pressure point. It is where confusion, urgency, frustration, and the need to often arrive first is preeminent. People come there because something is not working. Something is not clear. Something is stopping them from doing what they need to do. So when the help desk works well, it does more than solve a technical or service issue. It reduces tension. It restores confidence. It gives direction. It calms the situation. It helps the person move forward and serve others better. It travels. That is why a good service desk experience is so important. You may think you are only answering a question, resetting access, giving directions, logging a ticket, explaining a process, or escalating an issue. But sometimes you are doing far, far more than that. You are stopping frustration from spreading. You are helping someone regain control of their day. You are protecting the reputation of the unit. You are strengthening confidence in the institution. You are helping the university community function better. And that matters. So when I speak about service, I am not speaking about service to this amorphous thing, the university community. I am speaking about service to people. So, what is your service posture? Your service posture must be consistent and consistently good. You do not become professional only when serving someone with a title. You do not become respectful only when serving someone senior. You do not become careful only when somebody important is watching. Professionalism means every legitimate user receives the same basic standard: promptness, courtesy, clarity, patience, and respect. And that's not always easy, because sometimes the person who comes to you, they may be upset. Yes? You've never seen that? They may not explain the issue clearly. Yes? Sometimes they are wrong. Yes? Sometimes they expect too much. Yes? Yes? No? Sometimes they don't understand the process. And sometimes they blame you for a problem that you didn't create. Don't it? That is real. Professionalism does not require us or you to accept abuse. Yes? But it does require you to manage yourself. You cannot serve based on your mood. You cannot serve based on whether you are having a good day. You cannot serve based on whether the person is pleasant to you. You cannot serve based on whether the issue is easy. Professionalism means I bring a standard to the work even when the work is inconvenient. That's one of the marks of maturity. It's a part of your education too. Anyone can be pleasant when everything is easy. Anyone can smile when the user is kind. Anyone can be helpful when the request is simple. But professionalism shows itself when the matter is difficult. Say that with me. Professionalism shows itself when the matter is difficult. Professionalism shows itself when the matter is difficult. Say it again. Lovely. And this is important. So, I am going to move on to my next theme. And what's my next theme? What's my next theme? I'm not hearing you. No, I want to hear the younger people, not the younger people, but the students. Yes? Let me hear. How come you're not telling me? Lovely. Now, so I've been talking for a little bit, and I want us to start understanding something. You recognize that my themes are about the individual. You're seeing that, right? The themes are about the individual. They are not necessarily about the environment. Why are they not about the environment? Because you do not have any control of the environment. The environment is something that is given to you. The environment is a variable that you do not control. Now, my last theme is one where I want us to talk about it together. And one of the things that I want to talk about, especially in that theme, is in relation to how we actually take away from the work to our personal environments. And in the interest of time, I am going to move quickly because I know my time is probably up. Am I right? Just about. Okay. So I'm going to put away the paper for a bit and just talk to you about promptness, delightfulness, and professionalism, how it supports us as an institution. Now, your university, where it is now, is in a precarious place. So let me give you some numbers. When I was a student like yourselves, 80% of the university's budget, in fact, when people like Jeremy was a student, and he's a little older than me, everything was paid for by the government. When I came in, they started something called the cess, where we had to pay. My first school fee was $1,840 for the year. I'm not that old. Now, it moved to tuition. And the university started with an 80-20 rule, where 80% of the tuition was paid, 80% of the economic cost was paid for by the government, the contributing territories, and 20% by the student in the form of tuition. Where we are now, it is 45% paid for by the government, and it's declining. And 55% is paid for by the institution, and we can't pass all of that on to students. So we are in a precarious position. And we are in a position where sustainability is an issue for us right now. What does that have to do with you? Tell me, what does it have to do with you in terms of the sustainability of your wonderful institution? Well, Ms. Brown specifically asked me to focus on service being prompt, delightful, and quality-filled. And I want us to take those words seriously. So the fifth theme brings the four themes that we just went through together. Prompt, delightful, and professional service support sustainability. We have to recover as an institution. And you need to help us recover. Believe it or not, you have a lot of weight on your shoulders. The service desk is critical. Good customer service, as I said before, is not difficult. It requires discipline. And 3 words I want you to remember, because we're still fighting to keep our institution alive. I want you to think about promptness. What's the first word? What's the first word? I want you to think about delight. Put a smile on your face. What's the second word? And I just finished professionalism. And that's the third word. What's the third word? Serve promptly. Serve delightfully. Serve professionally. Now, what does promptness mean? What does promptness mean? It means you do not leave people waiting unnecessarily. It means you respond in a reasonable time. It means you acknowledge the request, even if you don't have the full answer. It means you understand that delay can create anxiety, frustration, and a loss of confidence. Sometimes people do not need the whole solution immediately. Sometimes what they need to know is, I have seen your request, I am checking, I will get back to you. Silence frustrates people. Delay frustrates people. Uncertainty frustrates people. So promptness matters. But promptness does not mean recklessness. It does not mean guessing. It does not mean giving wrong information quickly to get the person off the phone. It means urgency with care. It means I understand that your time matters, and I will deal with your issue properly. Delightfully, second word. It does not mean you must be artificial. Yes? This is a genuine smile. I want to not smile back with me. It does not mean you must pretend. It does not mean every response must sound like a performance. It simply means that the person feels respected, welcomed, and helped. A pleasant tone can change the entire interaction. You can say good morning in a way that sounds like a greeting. You have different ways to say. These days, morning time, what's that about? That's what I hear people saying these days, right? But I know it's morning time. Good morning. You can say, how may I help you, in a way that invites the person. Or you can say something sitting away, which is disturbing. Your facial expression matters. Your body language matters. The speed and clarity of your response. These things matter. The third word, as I wrap up, professionalism. We spoke about it already. So, I'm going to speak to some practical matters. It means you do not gossip about people's issues. It means you do not laugh at someone's confusion. We know we're not as bright as you, you know. Yes? Don't laugh at us. It means you do not speak carelessly about students, staff, or colleagues. It means you do not treat confidential matters casually, especially personal data. I have to stick that in. It means you do not keep promises or make promises you can't keep. And this is an important one. It means you do not give answers you are not authorized or competent to give. Yes? So, let's close by saying we recognize what we are here about. And these are the 5 habits that I want us to remember. What are the 5 habits? Or what are the 5 themes, rather? Help me? Yes? So, as I close, I want to return to the question, and I'm going to read again the quote from Jim Rohn. The most important question to ask on the job is not, what am I getting? The most important question to ask on the job is, what am I becoming? So let's ask the question together. What am I becoming? Ask the question. Again? So, it's not only what am I earning, what shift am I working, not only what tasks have been assigned, but what am I becoming? So, am I becoming more dependable? Am I becoming more careful? Am I becoming more respectful? Am I becoming more disciplined? Am I becoming more useful? Am I becoming more professional? Your title may be temporary. Your reputation is not. Your shift may be short. Your impact is lasting. Your role may seem small, but your standard shouldn't be. You may be a student, but when you serve like a professional. Do not carry a limiting mindset into a growth opportunity. Do not sit in the service chair with a student-only attitude. Switch hats. When you are learning, learn well. When you are serving, serve well. When you are corrected, grow. When you are trusted, deliver. When you are tired, remain respectful. When you are unsure, ask. When you make a mistake, own it. When you see a chance to help, remember, your service does not stay at the desk, it travels. It moves through the university community. A helpful interaction can calm frustration, restore confidence, and help someone else serve better. Remember, we are fighting for sustainability. You are at the tip of the spear for us. A poor interaction spreads irritation, confusion, and distrust. So, how do you build impact? I am not asking you to do tremendous things day by day, shift by shift, interaction by interaction, habit by habit. And if you do that consistently, something will happen. Something wonderful will happen. You will not just pass through Pike. Pike will pass through you. It will shape your standard. It will sharpen your discipline. It will strengthen your confidence. It will prepare you for greater responsibility and opportunity. And through your service, you will help students feel supported. You will help users feel respected. You will help the institution become stronger and more sustainable. You will help retention. You will help growth. So, final words. Final words. You're smiling now. Final words. My charge is simple. Do not wait for a big position to become professional. Do not wait for a high salary to become excellent. Do not wait for a perfect environment to give of your best. Do not wait for someone else to raise the standard. Raise it where you are. Because greater impact does not begin somewhere else. It begins with the person you decide to become today. Remember, the most important question to ask is not, what am I getting? The most important question to ask is, what am I becoming? I thank you very much.
Awesome. So we saw Jim Rohn today, right? You know who Jim Rohn is?
Right.
See, if you listen to the early part of the presentation, he said that there are motivational speakers, and while he knows Les Brown, Jim Brown is the person who has been most impactful in his life. Don't you remember that part of the presentation? See? All right, let me see what you remember. Who remembers what the third theme of Dr. Anglin's presentation is? And you have to tell me the third one. Pardon? Put up your hand. Let me hear. Yes? Mindset and standards shape service. Thank you, sir. What was the fifth theme of Dr. Anglin's presentation? That was the last one, and that one is the one that should be forefront in our mind. What was the last theme? How prompt and delightful service support institutional growth. I have two tokens to give, Mr. Gentleman to my right and one of the young ladies to my left. All right. while I'm giving these tokens out, I want to say another quote from Jim Rohn. He says, "You don't get paid for the hour, you get paid for the value you bring to the hour." And so I think that that really encapsulates part of Dr. Anglin's presentation today. I invite Mr. Siobhan Forrester to provide the vote of thanks for this session. Mr. Forrester.
Today's habits make tomorrow's formed behaviors. Skills get you noticed. Character gets you trusted. If you want to lead later, learn to serve now. Professionalism shows itself where the matter is difficult. As we come to the close of this first powerful, insightful, keen, and enthralling session, it is fitting that we pause to reflect on the valuable insights received from Dr. Anglin. Today, Dr. Anglin has challenged us to think more deeply about our critical role as a direct interface with our greatest stakeholders, students. How professional development encapsulates more than discipline, reliability. Well, how professional development encapsulates becoming more disciplined, reliable, mature, and trustworthy. That you do not rise above the standards you accept for yourself. If your standard is excellence, even in small things, people notice, opportunities notice. As student workers, we are a part of a wider support system. When you sit in that chair, you act as a service provider who delivers. You must think of the needs of the customer in front of you. And finally, that good customer service requires discipline. One of the most impactful messages was that the most important question to ask on the job is not what I am getting out of the job, but what am I becoming? I was especially struck by his observation that a teachable person listens and grows. Correction is a price of improvement because it reinforces the importance of professional responsibility in professional growth. These key takeaways will undoubtedly remain with us as long as today's session and will encourage us to put these lessons in practice. I have been given the honor of delivering a vote of thanks to Dr. Anglin. Dr. Anglin, on behalf of everyone gathered here today, I extend our heartfelt appreciation for your time you have taken to be with us today and for the wealth of knowledge, experience, and wisdom that you have so generously shared. Your presentation was not only informative, but engaging, thought-provoking, and inspiring. You have challenged us to reflect, encouraged us to grow, and equipped us with the practical insights that will undoubtedly influence both our personal and professional journeys. We recognize that preparing and delivering a presentation of this caliber requires significant time, expertise, and a commitment, and we are truly grateful for your willingness to invest in us. Thank you for your passion, your authenticity, and your dedication to excellence. We sincerely appreciate your contribution and hope that this will not be your last opportunity to share your expertise with us. We wish you continued success and God's richest blessings in all your future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing our sincere appreciation to Dr. Anglin with a warm and enthusiastic round of applause. Thank you. And Dr. Anglin, just a few tokens of our appreciation.
It's good to see your students shine as well. So, he'll never tell you about one of my former students, right?
Right. So Dr. Anglin is taking credit for being a part of the impact of the intern. He's not yet a past intern. I'm sure that Ms. Brown will zealously hold the intern to her own chest, right? And I know Mr. White also claims ownership in the intern as well. But what we're happy to see is that there are opportunities to develop service excellence. There are opportunities through professionalism, delightful service, and he says that the smile needs to be natural, you know, and promptness. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our first session, and we are going to proceed to our coffee break. I ask that we be prompt with coffee break. If you are mindful, we could do this in 10 minutes, and then we will return to our program. I'm sure you are looking forward to session 2, and it promises to be as entertaining, as engaging as session 1. Thank you so far. Please proceed to my right, where coffee break will be issued to you. Here we go. 847-327-187-675-04. Who got it? Still? Got it? You got it? Wait, let them, you see, it's working, all right. The bigger, better network. Ready? Star 121. Star 121. Here we go. 770-557-807-9377. Who got it? Got it? Didn't get it? Listen closely. One more time. Listen closely. Ready? Star 121. Did somebody get it? You got it? Put up your hand. Let me know you got it. So we got it. All right. We're about to enter session 2. And I know we're all excited for session 2. I am eagerly anticipating this speaker in session 2. So I hope everybody's as excited as I am to hear for session 2. And so I'm going to invite Miss Brittany Pitter to introduce the facilitator for session 2. Where is Brittany?
Born and raised in the cool hills of Portland, Jamaica, home to the world-renowned Blue Mountain coffee, she developed a deep appreciation for excellence, perseverance, and strong family values from an early age. She was nurtured by devoted parents whose enduring marriage of over 61 years has provided a lasting example of commitment, faith, and integrity. A graduate of the University of the West Indies, she has built an outstanding career in higher education administration, spanning more than 3 decades. Throughout her professional journey, she has distinguished herself as a dedicated leader, known for her strategic insight, exceptional administrative competence, and unwavering commitment to student success and institutional excellence. In recognition of her exemplary service and leadership, she has been appointed as Assistant Registrar for undergraduate and postgraduate admissions, with the appointment taking effect on September 2026. Her professional accomplishments are complemented by a strong commitment to Christian service, a passionate follower of Christ, and a current Bible school student. She remains devoted to deepening her knowledge of Scripture and strengthening her faith. She serves faithfully as a deaconess in her church, where she is respected for her servant leadership, spiritual maturity, and dedication to ministry. Known for her principled character, honesty, and steadfast integrity, she exemplifies a life of faith, service, and excellence. Whether in the workplace, the church, or the wider community, she consistently demonstrates professionalism, compassion, and a commitment to making it a positive impact on the lives of others. Please join me in welcoming our second training facilitator, Mrs. Donna Lafayette Foster. And as she comes, let us applaud her for being promoted recently as an assistant registrar in the admission section. Thank you for assisting multiple students in wearing their graduation gowns. Pleasant morning, everyone. How are you all doing? I would like to first acknowledge the chairperson, Dr. Doneth Wright,
Mr. Jeremy White, CIO and HOD, Ms. Janice Brown, Director of Pike, training facilitators, service delivery agents, visitors and friends, I greet you all. I take this opportunity to walk you through what is my topic, stakeholder engagement for greater impact. First, I want to leave a quote with you from Maya Angelou, and it says, "People may forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel." I'm sure you can testify to what I have just said. People will never forget what you said, but people may forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So let's begin with a reflection. Every interaction we have with students, parents, colleagues, and external partners shapes the reputation and effectiveness of the University of the West Indies. Stakeholder engagement is not simply communication. It is the intentional building of trust, collaboration, and value. But you may ask me, what is stakeholder engagement? This is a process of building and maintaining positive relationships with individuals or groups who influence or are affected by an organization's services, decisions, or outcome. In a tertiary institution such as ours, stakeholders include our students, parents and guardians, faculty and staff, alumni, government agencies, donors and sponsors, and the wider community. And at this point, I must include that a part of the wider community are our school principals, vice principals, guidance counselors, and the sixth form coordinators. Now let us look at some of the benefits of effective stakeholder engagement. Are you with me? Yes. The first one I would like to look at is building trust. And this is when you strengthen relationships with students, the staff, alumni, employers, and external partners. Another benefit, clear communication. Clear communication promotes timely, transparent communication so stakeholders stay informed and engaged. Another benefit, better experience. Another benefit, stronger reputation. And another benefit, institutional success. Now, institutional success creates a culture of engagement, continuous improvement, and shared responsibility. So let me remind you, or if you didn't know, I'll inform you that customer service is more than a transaction. Yes, it is. It is about creating a positive, lasting experience for every student, parent, colleague, and external stakeholder. Every interaction reflects our commitment to excellence. Effective customer service is demonstrated through our tone. We should be courteous, we should be clear, we should be respectful, we should be professional in our communication. We should be patient. Our patience demonstrates that we are listening attentively without frustration. We should be consistent. In being consistent, we should be accurate, give reliable service every time for everyone. We should also watch our body language. We have to watch our body language. We should maintain eye contact. We should give warm smiles, and the presenter before me mentioned that it should be real, it should be authentic, right? And yes, we should maintain eye contact, and our smiles should be authentic. Also, we should go the extra mile. We should always go beyond the call of duty. And I pause here to say that for weeks, we were trying to get in touch with a certain department, and we were unsuccessful. And the start of this week, I called the operator to find out if the lines were working. And she said to me, I will walk over to see what is happening. And she walked over and she called me back and she said to me, I can now transfer you to the person. And I applaud that lady for doing that. That's going beyond the call of duty. She left her post and she went to find out what was happening in the office. And the person came and did the assessment, and we are now happy. So we should always try to go the extra mile to help our stakeholders. Now, every interaction communicates something, whether in person or by telephone or through emails. Every interaction leaves an impression. It communicates our respect. It communicates competence. It communicates care. We should have genuine concern for those we serve. It communicates efficiency. We should be prompt in our responses, and we should minimize delay. It communicates professionalism. We should have integrity, accountability, and ethical conduct. It also communicates institutional values: excellence, service, respect, integrity. Another point that we should look at, we should understand stakeholder expectations. Here at the University of the West Indies, our stakeholders include everyone who interacts with the institution. Each group has unique expectations, and understanding these expectations enables us to deliver exceptional customer service. So we could go through some of the expectations of our stakeholders. First, we would look at our prospective and current students. They are expecting accurate information, timely responses, guidance, fairness, accessibility. Our academic and administrative staff, they are expecting respect, timely support, mutual professionalism. If we should look at our government sponsors and regulators, they are expecting compliance, accountability, integrity, timely reporting. And the wider community, and as I said before, I cannot leave out our high school principals, guidance counselors, sixth form coordinators. They are expecting accurate information as well, timely response, guidance, and fairness. Our next point is the foundation of effective engagement. Outstanding customer service is built on relationships. What is it built on? Relationships. Now, these relationships are strengthened when we consistently demonstrate the following qualities. Number one, active listening. And I want you to say it with me. Active listening. The next one, respectful communication. Speak courteously. Be mindful of your tone and your body language. Treat everyone with dignity. The next foundation is responsiveness. Acknowledge promptly. Produce accurate information. Keep people informed. The next one, empathy. Recognize concerns and emotions, but stay outcome oriented. The next one, consistency. And the next, accountability. With accountability, take ownership, follow through, seek appropriate solutions. Our next point, which is a root cause worth naming, is the limiting mindset. Limiting mindset. Many of the barriers we will discuss share one root cause, and which is limiting mindset. This is a fixed belief that our role, effort, or attitude cannot or need not go beyond the minimum. It is one of the biggest challenges facing some of our service delivery agents. Limiting mindset. I'm sure you have heard it. This is not my job. Huh? I've always done it this way. It is not my problem. They are just complaining again. Or, what is famous with our students? They are not reading. They are not reading the information that we give them. Now, when you experience service growth mindset, you change all of that. And you start by saying, let me find out who can help. There may be a better way. How can I help solve this? Every stakeholder deserves my best. Even when the students come to us and we know that we have given them the material for them to read and they haven't read it, we have to be patient with them. We have to walk them through, and we have to ensure that they understand what that they came for, what they came about. We have to ensure all of that. All right? So we have to put aside the limiting mindset. My next point is barriers to effective stakeholder engagement. Barriers to stakeholder engagement. Even the best intentions can be undermined by poor service practices. And we can look at some of them. Poor or unclear communication. Negative attitudes or poor etiquette. Inadequate follow-up. Slow or inconsistent responses. Failure to listen actively. Limited cross-department collaboration. Lack of empathy. Resistance to feedback or change. We are stuck in our old ways. Lack of institutional knowledge. You work at the help desk or you work in another department and you just know about what you do, right? You have to try to learn about other operations on the campus. Or you have to know who you could call or you could go to get the information. Our next point is the cost of poor stakeholder engagement. Poor customer service affects more than one interaction. It impacts the university's reputation and overall effectiveness. And there are potential consequences. Dissatisfied students and stakeholders, loss of confidence and trust, misuse recruitment and retention opportunities, weakening partnerships with the community, increased complaints, damage to the university's reputation, reduced staff morale and productivity. My next point is very, very important, and this is a special word for our student workers, and that is switching hats. Switching hats. Student to service provider. The moment your shift begins, you represent the University of the West Indies, not just yourself. Knowing when to switch hats from student in the lecture theater to service provider at the desk is essential. When you're in the lecture theater, we expect certain things. One peer among peers, casual tone and language, personal opinions. You're on your own time, your own pace. But when you're at the service desk, you represent the institution. You have to use your professional tone every time. You have to be confidential and you have to be fair. You have to give full attention, and there should be no favorites. Now, there are cues that can help you clock in mentally. You must set boundaries. Treat the start of your shift as a hard line. Even if a friend or a classmate is next in line. You should serve without favoritism. Whether the person is from the grassroots or the elite. Friends and strangers receive the same standard care and accuracy. The next cue, guard confidentiality. Classroom gossip and student life chatter stay out of the service space. The next cue, reset your posture and tone. Young people, put the phones away. Put the phones away. Sit up and adopt a professional, welcoming voice. These days, we are too caught up on, pressing the phones. We need to be mindful of that. But why professionalism development matters? Professional development equips us to improve communication skills. It equips us to adapt to changing environments. It equips us to strengthen emotional intelligence. It equips us to deliver exceptional experiences, enable problem-solving abilities, and it equips us to represent our institution effectively. Okay? The quality of service we provide is directly connected to the quality of personal and professional growth we pursue. My next point is communication strategies for greater impact. Practical communication tips include: be clear. Be clear. The next one, be professional. Use respectful and positive language. Be timely. Respond within reasonable time frames. Be solution-oriented. Focus on resolving issues, not assigning blame. Be inclusive. Ensure stakeholders feel acknowledged and valued. Our next point is building trust through service excellence. Trust is built when we do what we say we will do. When we communicate honestly. When we follow through consistently. When we demonstrate fairness and integrity. And when we show genuine concerns. Remember, professionalism is not only about competence, it is also about character. Our next point, collaboration for institutional success. Stakeholder engagement requires teamwork. Let me hear you say that. Teamwork. No department is an island. Strong institutions foster internal collaboration, mutual respect among staff, shared responsibility, open communication, a culture of service excellence. When staff work together effectively, stakeholders experience a better service. Stakeholders experience better service. Do you agree with me? I a scenario for a group discussion, and I would like for some volunteers. Or maybe you could just put your hand up. A frustrated student has been waiting several days for a response regarding a critical registration issue. How should a staff member respond? Any volunteer? How should a staff member respond? Give him a big round of applause. How can the situation be resolved while preserving trust? How can a situation be resolved while preserving trust? Anyone? Speak up so that everybody can hear you.
I would suggest that you just let them know of the process along the way so they don't feel like, because they already feel like they're not being responded to for several days. So just let them know that it takes something from it.
We have to wait. Thank you very much. Give him a big round of applause. We have to ensure that we walk the student through, explain to the student what has been happening and how you can help that student. You also take a number from the student to say, let me get back to you on some matters, or if you put the student on to another department, you could always say to the student, I will call you back tomorrow to find out if you were helped. All right? That's another way. So the last question, what follow-up actions are necessary? Maybe I've said it, but what follow-up actions are necessary? In this case, what follow-up actions are necessary? Come on, man, I know you can do it. Thank you. Yes, that's very good. If give her a big hand, please. All right. So, we're going to turn some insights into action right now. So the next point is strategies for improving stakeholder engagement. We have to improve accessibility. We have to ensure stakeholder can easily obtain assistance. 2, we have to encourage feedback. We have to create opportunities for suggestions and concerns. We have to invest in staff training. And this is what we are doing now too. Develop communications and service skills. We have to use technology effectively. We have to recognize excellence. Next slide. The power of positive attitudes. the power of positive attitudes. A positive attitude includes improving interaction, reduce tension, encourages cooperation, builds stronger relationships, creating a welcoming environment. People often remember attitude before information. So if the person comes to you and you give them the bad attitude, the body language, as if you should know that. You have been given the information. How is it that you haven't read it? Even if after all of that, you would have given them the information, they're going to remember how you treated them. Okay? But how do we know? Okay, so we're going to be measuring the impact. How do we know the engagement is effective? How do we know? We look at indications of success. We look at the positive feedbacks. We look at strong partnerships, right? And in terms of partnerships, we have to check to see how many students do we get from a particular high school. Are they going elsewhere, or we have secured a partnership with these high schools so that all their students can come to us? We have to look at increased satisfaction. We have to look at improved response times. We have to look at higher student retention. We have to look at improved workplace morale. What gets measured gets improved. Continuous assessment supports continuous growth. So before we close, we want to do some personal reflection. So I want you to close your eyes for a moment. How do my daily interactions affect the institution's reputation? I want you to reflect on that. How do my daily interactions affect the institution's reputation? Let's go to the other one. Do stakeholders feel respected after engaging with us? Do stakeholders feel respected after engaging with us? What professional skill do I need to strengthen? What professional skill do I need to strengthen? And the last one, how can I contribute to a culture of excellence? How can I contribute to a culture of excellence? You can now open your eyes. Now, there are some key takeaways that we can honestly say that we got from all that have been said. And it's one, effective communication, professionalism, responsiveness, a commitment to service excellence, collaboration, continuous professional development. And I'm right at the end of my presentation. Greater impact begins with us. Say that with me. Greater impact begins with us. When we engage stakeholders intentionally, professionally, and compassionately, we create environments where people feel respected, empowered, and connected. Excellence in customer service begins with excellence in human interaction. Thank you very much.
I told you I was looking forward to this presentation, right? I told you I was so anxious, not anxious, but I was so interested in hearing this presentation. But let me tell you that I was not disappointed. I really, really was not disappointed. I was fully engaged, and I was on my seat for the duration of the presentation. While someone will come to raise a vote of thanks, Mrs. Foster, I'd like to thank you for this part of the session and workshop today. But before I invite the person to do the vote of thanks, can I get 5 quick volunteers? While the volunteers are coming, 5 volunteers, quick. It means that none of the 5 volunteers can get the card that is going there. No. Where are my volunteers? You're coming quickly, right? Star 121. In the meantime, star 121, the Bigger Better Network. The Bigger Better Network, star 121, 055 005 870 0717. Who got it? Who got it? There you go. That's how we want to hear the me. So we got it, right? 5 volunteers, you're 1. Where the rest? Don't let me ask the ushers to help me. You're coming, man. Come, 5 volunteers. And the quicker you come, the easier it is for you. The quicker you come, the easier it is for you. Aren't they lovely? You know what? We're going to give you all the gifts, right? All the possible gifts, we're going to just give the persons who are here. Can I get at least one more volunteer? Come. One more volunteer. All right, here's the easy part. If you don't know, you will know the answer, provided you're a volunteer. Right. So provided that you are in this session, you will know the answers. Right? Provided that you're in this session, you'll know the answers. Easy question. Which parish is Mrs. Foster from? Easy question. Who was listening to the introduction? Huh? Which parish? What's your, somebody telling you, which parish is Mrs. Foster from? Look, you see why you should have come? You should have come. Anybody in the list? Anybody in the list knows? I know it's not St. Catherine. I was listening. All right, come, sir. Come, sir. The gentleman knows. You see, they're easy questions. Easy questions. All right. She'll take up a post in August. In August 2026, she'll take up a post. Let me see who was listening. What does she become? August 2026. No. Not quite. We're on the right track. Registrar, we're on the right track. What did you say? Assistant registrar. All right, we're getting a little bit harder now. She said a couple of things that were said in a previous presentation. At least 2 things. Let's see if you know at least one. Who knows at least one? Nobody from the... You see, I told them to come. Didn't I tell them to come? I told them to come. I invited them to come and they didn't come. So tell me now. Awesome. One other one. Somebody tell me something else that came in both presentations. Switching hats and something else. What else? Dr. Anglin talked about it today. Yes? Come, sir. Say again? Come. Well, he spoke about communication and effective communication. But who remembers limiting? Oh my goodness. I need to give you a gift. Remind me that I owe you a gift. Limiting mindset. Limiting mindset. He did speak about limiting mindset. All right, so the easy question that's left. Tell me how this presentation, one way you think this presentation would have impacted you personally. So it's an easy question left last, not true? How would this presentation have impacted you personally? Easy question left. Oh my goodness, easy. I think that's the easiest question. Tell us about it, come. So you have to come to the microphone. Easy question.
Oh. I don't like big speaking.
All right, tell me and then tell them.
Okay, so I don't work. Oh, you know, just answer me, but can just hold my hand.
All right, I'll hold your hand.
Lovely.
Good.
You just bear with me, I'm a bit anxious.
All right.
So, I'm not a worker at MITS, I'm a nursing student, right? And how I apply it for my life, speaking about like switching your hats, right? For me personally, I have to switch hats between a nursing student and a practicing nurse, like in the hospital. So I need to know how to switch between being a student at school and being a service provider, a caregiver in the hospital setting.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much. I'm going to step back and allow the gentleman to do the vote of thanks.
The gentleman. Wow. No man, it's fine. I like the gentleman. It's good. It's good. I'm embarrassed because the only thing I remembered from the introduction was that your parents had been married for 61 years, so I'd have hoped that you'd have mentioned that. But I'm not a note taker, so I had to really focus on taking these notes because, you know, I have to give a good job. And I always feel a bit jealous of the introductory people because they're always told what to say. I have to make it up, right? And so I wrote down a couple things that stuck out to me. Terrible, sorry. Just it's all over the place, but people don't like a black box, I think, was the biggest thing from both the presentations, but especially this one, much more clear, concise. To the info was very helpful. But people don't like not knowing what's going on. People don't like not being aware of the processes. And effective communication is important in getting people to where they need to be, right? And another big thing for me was when she said that you have follow-up repercussions, right? And I like the use of economic terms like stakeholder, because stakeholder is not necessarily just a customer. It's people, anybody who's interacting with the establishment in general. So the student goes home telling them parents tell their friends, and then nobody don't want to come here. And that's a big problem because we need money, as the gentleman said before. So lots of interesting things that mostly scribbles here, which is why I'm having a hard time reading it. But the limiting mindset was another one, and I thought it was very poignant when she said that barriers to effective stakeholder engagement and poor communication cause issues to arise in the supply chain of getting the customer to where they needed to go. And that was the biggest thing, is just getting the information where it needs to be in the most effective way possible. Another big thing was the stakeholder feeling as though you don't care. That was another big thing that really resonated with me. Because I don't know if anybody else has had customer service experiences where you don't know what's happening, you don't know what stage of the process it is, and you're not trained. You're just a person, and all you know is that your problem isn't getting solved. So you don't really care to hear, I can't solve that problem because, well, who can, right? So let me know who can, because I'm trying to find an effective solution. So just want to thank you for taking the time. Very busy lady, right? As we can imagine, registrar. Wow, I don't. Is a big, right. But to end the to end the vote of thanks and hopefully give you something, because I'm not seeing anything down here. The other young man, he reached down and he pulled out something. But in order to clear it out, oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Right, but to close out, you're a Christian lady, and one of the big things, one of the big scriptures, is paraphrased, because I don't know the exact thing, but of course it means the same thing all the same, is to do unto others as you'd have them do to you, because of course we all want good customer service. So in order to get good customer service, I believe that you have to give good customer service out. So we want to thank you, Mrs. Donna Lafayette Foster, for taking the time out of your day to come and talk to us about all of this. I think you're supposed to come up.
You're gonna give it to her.
Yeah, man. It's...
Yes.
Oh, okay. So they didn't. I'm sorry. For those who are not aware, my name is not the gentleman, but it is David Rodney.
I stand corrected, Mr. Rodney. I stand corrected. Thank you so much for an engaging vote of thanks as well. I'm sure those of us who weren't laughing before, we're laughing now. Some good and bad news. Lunch is not yet here. So that's the good news. The other part of the news that is important is that we're going to continue to engage and have a wonderful workshop until lunch comes. But I'm sure we were just refreshed and we are ready and raring to continue the workshop. So before we get to session 3, which we're going to start right away, that network, you know that one? The other network. That network, the FLOW network. Star 121, are you ready? Star 121, flow. Just let me know when you get it. We're ready to go? Star 121. All right, the numbers are 089-904 511 08661. Who got it? The person who got it. See? It worked. All right. So we're working. All right. We move swiftly to begin session 3. And as excited as I was for session 2, I'm eagerly awaiting the presentation for session 3. I am going to invite Deandra Irving to introduce our next facilitator.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Ms. Levine Griffiths is a transformational higher education leader with over 10 years of experience in program development and management, with a particular focus on teacher education and online learning. She currently serves as the head of the Jamaica Eastern region at the UWI Open campus, where she provides strategic and administrative oversight for multiple sites and leads initiatives to enhance program delivery, operational effectiveness, and institutional partnerships. Her work has contributed to strengthening collaboration with government and private sector stakeholders, advancing staff development, and improving access to higher education through innovative program and outreach strategies. Her academic interests include higher education leadership, online and blended learning, and professional development. Ms. Griffiths also holds a Bachelor of Science in Public Administration and Psychology, a Master of Arts in Higher Education, a postgraduate diploma in Teacher Education, and a Professional Development Certificate in Leadership and Research. She has presented research at conferences across Jamaica and the Caribbean. She's also a John Maxwell certified speaker, trainer, and coach, and is actively engaged in professional and community service. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in making welcome Miss Levine Griffiths.
While he's setting up, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, no, look, sir. Come on, man. Good afternoon. When you put people just before lunch, you know, it's a serious situation. But I'm going to push forward. I was sitting and I heard this little song, and so I want you to change your position and stand up for me. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. One more time, and I want you to smile. All right, one more time. Go again now. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, say amen. Amen. All right. Thank you. Can sit down now. And you did confess that you're happy. So we ought to be doing well. I'll be, as I said, I'm timing myself because I don't want to clash with lunch. You can put lunch work before Jamaicans, they will choose lunch. But we are going to be looking at embracing customer experience through a professional code of conduct. You know that we have a code of conduct? And so you raise a hand if you know. If you don't know, you're fine. But do you know? A few persons says yes. UWI does have a code of conduct. Go figure. It is a university. And the code of conduct helps us to be professional in our operations. Yeah? Because I hear the two speakers before me spoke about professionalism and certain tips that we got from our speakers. We are supposed to pencil that down. But there is a genuine code of conduct that you can go on UWI website and pull it down. Yeah? It tells you interaction and expectations to being a staff member as well as a student of this wonderful campus. All right, so before I move on, I don't want to lose my manners, so let me greet our moderator, Dr. White, the CIO and Ms. Head of Department, Mr. Jeremy White, Ms. Janice Brown, who is the USS MITS manager, conceptualizer, visionary, and all that has caused us to be here this afternoon. My fellow facilitators, members of staff, colleagues, friends, the technical support, big it up for put your hands together. Because I want my thing still to run. So technical support, all the persons that are providing refreshment, etc. I just want to say good afternoon. All right, when I move, I will come back, but I don't want to disrupt. So let's get going, eh? We're going to cover a few things, not a lot. So we're going to look at the pillars of UWI Code of Conduct, because after all, it is what it is. We are talking about customer service through a professional lens. So the pillars of the UWI Code of Conduct, we want to identify who our customers really are, because sometimes we genuinely don't know. And then we want strategies to improve student experience. Finally, we are looking at achieving service delivery excellence. Yeah? Let's get going. A brief understanding. understanding how our daily behaviors, guided by our professional code of conduct, directly shape the customer experience at our institution. This is what we are going to talk about this afternoon, yeah? How our daily activities interacting with people, whether or not it is professional enough so that it supports the customer experience at our institution. Why? Because customer experience in any service-driven organization is essential. I'm not sure where I'm getting the feedback from. Is essential to its core operations. What I said? Customer service experience in any service-driven organization is essential to its core operations. If you don't have good customer service, then you are in trouble. All right? It is essential. Customers, we don't understand, but customers wield immense influence. Their feedback can shape or break our institution's operations. You know, when you can advertise, and pay millions of dollars to advertise, but word of mouth is the biggest advertisement. You can go and see persons have up ads on social media and somebody sitting beside you and say, you see them? They are just pretty, but then I have nothing about them. And it spreads. The person sitting in a bus, quarreling about dealing with somebody as a service person at UE. Everybody in the bus hears. People at home, it extends and it extends and it extends. And we are paying millions of dollars trying to say we need to advertise. But word of mouth is powerful, and that comes from personal experience. Yeah? So we're going to address this sort of issue. And we're going to look at two main points. We're going to look at the UWI Code of Conduct, and we're going to look at customer experience. The UWI Code of Conduct, customer experience, because both of them submerge, merge, tie up, wrap up together some way or another. So let's start, because we want to look at this customer service experience through a professional code of conduct lenses. So the UWI Professional Code of Conduct, that is the standards governing the behavior of people delivering that experience. I must tell you, we cannot separate how we behave from how people feel. Because it's our behavior that influences how people feel. So people come in a room and you're the customer service person, and you're looking at them and they're looking at you, and nobody give any greeting, because the person come expecting to be greeted, and you come expecting the person to greet you. And so you're not budging, and the customer is there. And immediately, before any transaction takes place, there is experience. And that experience can gravitate to certain conduct, certain behavior. So you come in and have attitude. She don't have no manners. She come in the office and don't say good morning. She comes in, but this person don't have any manners. I come here and this person don't say morning. And immediately, transaction take place without a word. Yeah? And it influenced everything. You said, woman, miserably, man. Attitude from you and attitude from the customer. And there is a clash. And when the supervisor, who might get an email or a call later, you're saying, but I didn't say anything. She had an attitude. Yeah? All right. So we understand then, conduct influence behavior and experience. The UWI has a nice little concise policy, easy read. So 3 distinct pillars comes from this, right? 1, integrity and accountability. The UWI believes that each and every staff member and students must practice integrity and accountability. The second pillar, let me run quickly. So what does that mean? Integrity and accountability. Staff members must actively avoid conflict of interest, have ethically managed university resources. So when you come and show with pens and come back and borrow paper and you're not managing ethically the resources given to you by the university. And ensure operational transparency. So that means if Mary don't come to work, nobody knows how to handle Mary desk or knows what is happening. Okay? So that is what is meant by integrity and accountability. The next one, staff-student relationships. We're looking at the UE policy. So staff-student relationships says that faculty and administrative staff must maintain strict professional boundaries. Right? So no in-faculty love triangle or anything like that sort. They must maintain strict professional boundaries, and they must eliminate conflict of interest in grading, academic supervision, and mentorship. So, not because I know you, I am going to ensure that you get a good grade, even though the quality of your work really deserves a C. But you're going to try and mark up, so that they get at least a B to feel good. No, it speaks to the relationship. It must be ethical. It must have integrity. And finally, equity and justice. The third pillar. Staff are expected to promote gender equality, prevent abuses of power, and foster an environment of total equity and inclusion. We understand that? Or it's too wordy? It's not a wordy a little bit. But we can understand it. It's plain, it's wordy, but it's plain language. So equity and justice. You must promote gender equality. You must prevent abuse of power. Because that is one that, if you don't mind shop, you are abusing power and you don't know. So somebody gives you a form and they give you attitude, so you put the form at the bottom of the pile. Because she's too enough, so you put her form at the bottom of the pile. That is abuse of power. Simple as that. Right? You know the extension ringing and you say she misses up every minute she calls, not answering her extension. And you see her number. And you choose to answer it when you wish. So your phone rings and rings and rings and rings and rings. That's abuse of power. Yeah? All right. So we know the policies then. We know the UA policies. We see them clear as day. This sort of behavior, these 3 pillars, they can expand to how you apply it to your work. But we know that integrity and accountability, staff-student relationships, equity and justice are the 3 pillars of the university policy for professionalism, i.e. code of ethics and conduct. Yeah? Get it? Yes? So I'm not going to get in that. All right. So that's one pillar. So the second, that is one of the area, the foundation. We're laying foundation quickly though, but we're laying the foundation. So we know the professional conduct that is expected from us by the university and the powers that be. Yeah? So let's look now at customer experience. Because we're looking at how they match up. One of the issues that we have is that people, surprisingly, don't know who are our customers. Or they don't think they know. So an organization must understand its entire ecosystem to serve it effectively. You have to understand all the players in the game in order to serve effectively. So although this presentation will focus on customer service in general, I just want us to note who our customers are. So one, we have what we call internal customers and what we call external customers, right? And Ms. Donna was going through them, so I don't need to, I'm just touch and run. It's touch and run. All right. So the internal customer, what we see there, current students and staff members mean everybody. Everybody. From once you claim to be a staff, part-time, full-time, adjunct, whatever it is, you are an internal customer. An external customer, again, was expounded, so I'm just pulling a few things. This is just for information and laying foundation. Government. Why government on top? Because a lot of subsidy goes to education. So government, prospective students, from once you graduate, you can't say you're a university student anymore, you're an alumni. Institutional stakeholders, and this spread far and wide. And then we have business partners and suppliers, and the list can expand a bit more, but it's just the focus here. Remember, customer service isn't just for external customers. Do you know that your biggest client are the internal customers that you face? Because you face them every day. When you come to work, you pass your colleague at the front desk, but before you reach your colleague, do you know that the yard man, the gate man, the security, and these people are in our customers as well? So when you walk past the man because he's cutting the grass or cutting the lawn and you don't see him as significant, you're not doing yourself justice because you don't start off the day right. Yeah? So internal customers. So we are looking at understanding our students' opinion. Students' opinion on what was important to their success. Now I tell you, this data is from the 2025 student satisfaction survey that was done from UE, and a lot of juicy information. So, but we're not going into all of the juiciness, so I'm just picking out a few. And I wanted us to look at what students consider to be important to their success. And there's a whole lot of information there, but there were some clear pointers or areas that kept on popping up when students answered the survey. Customer service, facilities, financial support, health and wellness. Hear this one, positive feedback. Process efficiency, safety and security, and teaching and learning. Pause a little bit and think about it. There are some students in this room. Any of these match what you think is critical to your success? You see any? Somebody just want to raise a little hand? Witness. So what is most important there for you? Anyone? Finance, yeah? Financial support. Anybody else over here? What is critical on this list that you would consider critical to your success? Say it again. I'm not hearing you. Teaching and learning. Because if you don't have a teacher, I understand. Yes. Health and wellness. Okay. So we have finance, teaching and learning, health and wellness. So you're going to tell me why, right? You know, and tell me why. First, finance. Oh, I have a mic. I have a room because I get a roaming mic.
Good evening. I chose finance because I think that is the biggest thing. In order for me to be in this university space, I first have to finance every single thing, whether housing or the program that I'm studying, the tools that I need. Yes, everything else on the list is important, but I need to know where the money is coming from for me to be in this space.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Who else? Who else?
Alright, so I was one who, mentioned health and wellness, yes. And I believe that, health and wellness is important for, success as it regards going to university. You have to be in the right shape physically and also mentally to handle stress management, assignments, exams, lecturers may stress you out, and you have to know how to navigate that, So I believe that health and wellness is very important, and also nutrition,
Yes, yes, thank you. The lady in the yellow, yes, you had held, it wasn't you who held up your hand? No, so go across here. Just pass the mic over. Pass the mic. So nobody wants to own the answer. Teaching and learning. This teaching and learning. I just pretended it's not her. Teaching and learning. Sarah the blue there. She have your walk up and down, and it's not April 1st, but don't pay her no attention.
Okay, so I selected teaching and learning because I'm here to read for my degree. That's the main reason I came to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You can hold the mic until you answer the next question. All right. So we see, and others will look at other stuff, because from the data we found that persons were really upset about safety and security. Right? They had issues about all of that, the proper lighting, feeling safe on the campus, and so on. And one of the things that jump out that a customer service professional will see is that customer service is up there, right? As well as positive feedback. It does something to the soul. When you work hard and you submit your paper, or you're working hard around your front desk, and the supervisor passed and said, "Sister, you do a good job, man. Continue on," Positive feedback makes you feel good. It feels as if you have accomplished something. It might not be great, nobody not calling you up and give you an award, but just somebody, your supervisor, or another fellow colleague passing by and said, "I see that lady, how she deal, but you handle yourself well, You feel proud and you feel accomplished." Let's run on before the food runs. Areas of student concern, and we spoke about those. We are pulling now from this. The teaching and learning was there as well. Safety and security and customer service. And we're here, we are talking about customer service excellence. So we are going to pull on customer service as one of those concerns. Now, I'm coming down a time myself. Strategies to improve student experience. Now that we have understood, we cannot deal here in this forum about security and teaching and learning, but fortunately, this is a forum speaking about customer service excellence. So we can pull that now to look at strategies that we can use to make the students' experience better. And as people have various hats, people are students, People are also working. People, so, we're juggling. So we have to now look at ourselves. And remember, we said that we are customers as well. Yeah? So, first, staff recruitment. I start from staff recruitment because that's basically where we start employing people. And I will, before I move on, I want to talk a little bit about this. So, quality customer service is deeply dependent on recruiting the right talent for the right job. It comes through recruitment and selection process. And this must yield candidates who match the university's service value. We're going to put out a few. So when we look at this, we say, when the recruitment process, whether you're a student coming in to work part-time or you're an external person coming into the university to be employed, it must be the right fit. Can I tell you, some of the major problems we have in customer service, just not the right fit. Some people, they are excellent, but they don't like people. They just don't like people. And you put them at the front desk. How is that possible? And then you quarrel with them that they won't smile. But they don't like people. Put them at the back and they're brilliant. It stresses them when they come to deal with customers because they really don't like to in this chat. They don't like a lot of talking. And then they have to talk. And after they finish their maybe 500 words or sentences for the day, they're done. So anybody come after that, sorry. So you find the right fit for the right job. There's also what we forget is lasting impressions. So student experience is highly impacted by initial interactions with staff. First impression truly lasts. And it impacts how you see someone. So you met me when I wasn't having such a good day. But that stays with you. So even when I come smiling now, you look suspicious because you met me when I wasn't so nice. So you're wondering what's my motive, what's behind the smile. First impression truly lasts. So when you go for an interview and you're underdressed and you're overqualified and you walk out saying, it's because you're overqualified, maybe it's because you're underdressed. Yeah? I want to also talk, because we're looking at recruitment, and it is always something I ponder. The applicant's experience. I remember I've gone to a job interview, and I sat down and they were talking. And after we finished and they left and they said, we'll give you a call. I said, I won't answer. The impression that I got from that organization, I didn't want to work there. Sometimes we forget that people have a choice, right? I said, I wouldn't want to work there. I come in and put them a bicker and they're answering and asking questions, and they don't seem to know exactly what questions they need to ask. And when I start asking questions, they're going to get back to me. I don't work there. I won't work with you. You're going to give me more work than I intend to work, right? So when recruitment, even for students coming in to do part-time hours, to help them financially, how you present the organization is through the recruitment interview process. We have to set the tone. Because if you walk into an organization and you look at people, I hope you are, because you're going out to work for the semester. You're looking at the people and how they dress and their attitude, their mannerism tells you everything about the organization. Even if you have gone and researched it, but the real life experience influence you and what to expect. And so when you see how the boss dress and you come now in your flip-flop and shorts because that's how the boss look like him potentially will wear come work. So it is how that is very important, setting the tone. And setting the tone not only means dress, we're talking about professionalism. How you come across professionally. So although you say to the students, shift hat, you're in a professional environment. If their supervisors are, they're going to do it. And if their supervisor is always on the phone, and you're telling them, put on the phone? Yeah? And if the supervisor take 2 hours lunch, you expect them to take the hour? You are setting the tone. And it's not do what I say and not what I do. That is for higher level. But for staffing, you must, if you are not kind to a customer, if you as the lead, the team lead or the supervisor, and you're walking in a room and you don't, and a customer is there and you don't say good morning, 2 others will come behind you and walk past that customer too. So you have to set the tone. You have to lead by example. Yeah? Just a little aside for the recruitment. So the next one we are going into is staff engagement. Staff engagement. We need to understand that employees spend a significant portion of their lives at work. In fact, some of them spend more time at work than they do with their family at home. Yeah? You go in the morning, and you're there till late afternoon, evening, and you spend a few hours with family. What that means then? It means that connections are necessary in the workplace. You can't just be an island all by yourself. And I don't talk to people, right? I don't trust people. You're interacting with these same faces every work day. There is some relationship building whether or not you like it. So I believe it's better you like it than you suffer most of your week at work. Yeah? So the first thing, staff engagement, we need open communication. What do I mean by that? Open communication. Workers must feel safe expressing their ideas and opinion respectfully. Because sometimes it's not the idea or the opinion you're expressing, it's how you express it. It's not that you're wrong, but you're not doing it respectfully. So, yes, you must be able to have your concerns and your feelings expressed without fear of discrimination, right? And so this is done by meetings. People call meetings to discuss, and you're there meeting again, and they are there for information. Why do I have to go to all these meetings? And then you go and tell the customer wrong information because you weren't at the meeting and you didn't get no update. And you're there giving your opinions that the supervisor will have to clean up behind you, right? So that is where you express your opinion. One-on-one or in a group, it doesn't matter. We want to talk about respect because that's one of the pillars. Respect and inclusivity. We must treat each other with respect and dignity, man. It's regardless of the background, age, gender, anything, personal beliefs and traits. Treat people with respect, right? Even if they don't warrant it, because young people say, I respect those who respect me. Even if they don't warrant it, you are in a position that you're serving others, so you treat people with respect. And don't just look at the clothes, because clothes don't make the person. Then we go to running through active conflict management and work-life balance. All of this is staff engagement. If you're working, and you don't take breaks, and you don't self-care, then you are not going to be well very long. And if you're lazy on the job and taking more care than you are working, you will not be employed very long. All right? Okay. Then we go to cultural change. I could go on, I just remember touch and lick. cultural change, what we understand is that culture is a collection of beliefs, values, tradition, mindset that a group subscribe to. So you can be in an organization and various pockets of culture being experienced, right? And when people talk about cliques and pulling aside, and I will talk to these set of people, but I won't talk to those, and all these sort of things come in because of cultural norms and beliefs. What about change then? Cultural change. Change is intentional. It's an intentional transition of decisions into action that transforms organizational operations and identity. Change come in, and some people are afraid of change, but change happens every day. Because you don't wear the same clothes every single day. So even in that, you are changing, right? So change within the organization sphere is that it is intentional, it is planned, it is discussed, it is implemented. So you can't come and say, I never hear this was going to happen. Maybe you didn't go to the meetings, but change will always be happening. So when we talk about cultural change, we're linking both now. So cultural change occurs when an organization encourages employees to adopt behavior change that align with the core values. And when we talk about core values, we go back to UA 3 pillars of code of conduct. The shift becomes mandatory when existing staff behavior no longer support key organizational goals, such as improving student satisfaction. So the student satisfaction survey run, and the results come in, and there are some changes that need to be made. And what is going to happen is that it's going to be intentional. Person's behavior and attitudes, we have to say a shift have to happen. Maybe we need to move this person from front desk to another section, whatever it is, change is going to happen. And what resisting the change and say, it don't make no sense to me. It might not make any sense to you, but at a higher level, it makes sense. They are more beyond your desk. So when you're resisting and maybe trying to sabotage and undermine, what it does, that is what prevents successful implementation of plans. Because everybody come and we tell, these are the plans, this is what we are going to do, and then you leave saying, yeah, we can't do that, but we're not doing that. Right? And so a cog now is in the wheel, fall out, and we are wondering what happened because one person decided that they are going against and they are not going to do it, and for what reason is more work for them, and etc., etc. And the next one, as we look at communication. Communication was mentioned. I know it would be mentioned, and so I'm going to jump quickly over communication. I want to remind us that there is something called communication flow. Right? Anybody know about it? No? Any organization, and not even organization, in your family as well. You can carry it as load fardom as that. There is something called a communication flow. What flows from one to the other. And I'm not going to go through the communication process. That's for another time. But I want to say the downward communication flow is from a senior person to a subordinate. That's a downward communication flow. And some people call it top down. And then there's the upward communication flow that is from employees to manager, supervisor. You know what is going on the ground and you can give input. So that's an upward communication flow. The lateral communication flow is one person speaking to the other at the same level. And then we have the diagonal communication flow. This is persons cutting across various work areas. You know, people put you in teams, and you're from this section, and you're with this specialization, and you're with that, and you come together to work on a project. That is diagonal communication flow. The barriers to communication was spoken of already, right? So I want to say, to overcome these barriers, use feedback. That was one of the issues students had, effective feedback. So many problems are attributed to misunderstanding. You know that? right? Some people speak in some tech jargon and you're nodding yes, yes, and then go on to foolishness because you don't really understand what he was saying, but you don't want to seem silly, right? So something as simple as that. I ask, we simplify language now? Nobody needs to know you're that bright. Seriously. You need to know it, but no, everybody don't need to know it. So when you simplify the language, communication flows so much better. And active listening. Because I'm talking here and I'm sure many persons' eyes are upon me, but they're not listening. Sorry, I judge you wrongfully. Please forgive me. Let us run. I'm not going to give you much more on communication. Right. Let me start recruitment, fostering engagement, cultural change, communication flow. That's the process there, that chart. A simple one. It starts with somebody sending, and when we say encoding, it means the thought and the idea that you have in your head. And so you're going to send it to someone through a message, whatever the message may be. And when it goes to that person has to decode what you have said. And when they do that, they give you feedback. And that's as simple as you can get. And we have to understand that this is a process. So you can't communicate to me and then walk off. How we improve communication skills. Spoke about 2 or 3 of them. We tailor the language to the receiver. If you know that you're talking to someone, then your language must be for that person to understand. It mustn't be for you alone to understand, because you're giving the message. So if you see somebody and based on their speech, you will understand that, oh, I need them to simplify my language for them to understand, right? And not quoting all kind of something that they leave confused. So you are the sender, you control that message, and you have to simplify it or up it for the audience, for them to understand. Something as simple as that. Let me jump on. Mehrabian formula, and this is just a quick one, as this is deep into communication, and we're not going there too deep, swimming on the level. There is a 7-38-55 rule. That is a formula that was created. And it simply means that when we communicate, 7% of that is really the words coming out of our mouth. 55% of that is our body language. Yeah? And 38% is our tone. And this is what impacts how we communicate. So, take for example when we're speaking on the phone or texting. What percentage of the communication process is being used? May give you the answer or not, no. We're talking on the phone. Somebody called, welcome to so-and-so and so-and-so. You're speaking with so-and-so and so. How may we help you? 7% of that is word. But the biggest one is your tone. Because sometimes you talk as if the person interrupting you. So the tone. All right, so take another thing. You're texting. This is our text line. Somebody texts you and asks a question. Which part of it now people is going to use for communication? Your words, it must be. They're not seeing your face. They have no idea of body language. They are reading the text that you send, right? And some people do say text have tone, but then that is where there is interpretation comes in. Because my tone and your tone and her tone can be quite different. But we know that the text is what they are reading. All right, and then now, when person come to us, to talk to us, what is being used? Yes, all of them. But can I tell you, the body language people read from across the room before they get to you, right? So as new, soon to be assistant registrar, we're talking about sit up and all of that. Yeah. All right, let's move on. Alignment and motivation. Just to touch on this, people need to be motivated, right? And leadership is very impactful in motivation. Staff needs guiding. So you can't say, go and do this and you never tell me what to do, right? And when I make my own way out and do it, then you tell me, say, I did it wrong. And you didn't give me an instruction. And some people say, I don't need any instruction. And then they do it wrong. And then they say, but you didn't give me any instruction. So as the leader, you have to know who you're working with. Remember, we talk about we are an internal customer. So some people, you don't have to give them much instruction. You just say, go put this and then run with it. Other people, you better write it down because they're not remembering. So you write it down and you give them. So who you're working with dictates how you lead. And that's another thing for me, but anyway. Team building, I want us to encourage that. I encourage team building because no man truly is an island. So you have to encourage team building. Even if you don't like me at work, but we are a team, we are working together, we are putting on the professional code of conduct, and we are not going to be malicing and passing notes and carrying on like we're in school. We're big people, so we are going to act professionally. And I'm winding down. I don't know how that comes so pretty. I don't know that being my handwriting. So I want to put forward the second item, and I really don't know how that one pretty so. But staff development, we're talking now still about alignment and service delivery. And I want to put quickly staff training and development. And this is one of them. You're doing training and development. The current ICT software upgrades, we're talking about financing. The organization needs to spend money in certain areas. And we have to protect the institution's brand image. What we mean by image or brand? Huh? What is it? You will have an image or a brand. What is that? And you don't know? The reputation of the institution. And it can be symbolic. So when you see UE logo or you see UE crest, you know that that's the university, right? So it has its brand. And we as members of staff must protect it. That little pretty scribble is saying service delivery, essential, excellence. Service delivery, excellence. And somebody putting it up for me. Thank you. There are two strategies we're going to look at and we close. Service delivery is a systematic framework that guides how services are offered and executed. By continuously measuring and improving service quality, an institution can elevate both its reputation and its operational efficiency. So to build a true service delivery culture, organization must implement two core strategies, and we're just going to mention them. Strategy 1, transforming how we view customer service and complaints. And strategy B, applying empathetic resolutions to the problem. So a complaining customer is not an inconvenience or a nuisance. You know that? Complaints, rather, can provide a valuable, free diagnostic tool to review and optimize broken internal processes. Because you might put things in place and you don't know if it's working, yes or no, if somebody don't say, this is not working. So when a complaint arises, what do you do? 1, give the complainant the uninterrupted space to express their complete dissatisfaction. So in the midst of them explaining, you're cutting in and tell them, allow them to speak. You do active listening with an open mind, because you're not to defend and you are defend. So you listen. With that, you focus entirely on understanding the core issue of the problem. What really is this problem? I can only listen attentively to understand. And then, when it comes to written complaint, you carefully read it. You completely strip yourself of personal biases and defensiveness and just read the thing and identify what the problem is so that you can solve them. Some people, as the email come, oh, this is one word you read, and you say, okay, I'm sending it to John. And you send the students to John, and then John sends the students to Mary, and then Mary sends the student to somebody else, and then the student comes right, or the client, because it's not only student, the person come right back at you, because you are the solution. So please, strategy B, apply empathetic resolutions. So when customers are dissatisfied, they do not want to be trapped in automated telephone queues. You're number 5. Thank you for your service. You're number 5. And the person sits there. They don't want that. They're in a crisis. They don't want to pass off the AI bots. I am Sarah, how can I help you? And when you're texting, did you do this? Yes, I did all of that, that's why I'm calling you, right? Secondly, or they don't want to be treated as an anonymous ticket number. Your ticket so-and-so, and your ticket so-and-so. No, they do not want to wait weeks for a response to their emails. So to resolve issues like these, staff must apply the golden rule. And it's not do unto others as you would have to them unto you, but that's a good one. So you lead with empathy. Customer wants their frustration validated. It's not a debate. I have a problem. It is not a debate for us to dispute over and over. What did you do and you don't read? And it's not a debate. The person is in need, that's why they came. Express appreciation that they came, that they have highlighted a problem that you have missed or the system have missed, and that it's going to be addressed now that it has brought to your attention. And final, focus on solutions, right? Approach every issue with a solution-oriented, see the pretty thing, but strategy there, with a solution-oriented frame of mind. When you go in to say, all right, there's a problem, I'm going to solve it, then you will work things out. So when customers are dissatisfied, they expect you to come with a solution. And I will end it at that, knowing that lunch is upon us. I want to thank you very much for listening as we went through this, and I don't think it's too late for question and answer now. Right now? Need to go run me from that.
I have a question.
And you come with question too?
Of course, I was listening.
Doc?
Actually, yes.
All right.
I was. May I get 5 volunteers, please? May I get 5 volunteers, please? You're coming quickly, right? May I get 5 volunteers, please? While I'm getting the volunteers, right? Star 121, the Bigger Better Network. 5 volunteers, please. Ready? Star 121? Yes, definitely. Star 121. All right, ready. 626. Oh, I did say digital, right? You got that, right? Ready. 626-429-591-1848. Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Say yeah if you got it. You got it? Nobody got it? So I'll read the same one again, because I'm sure it's new. Let's go again. Star 121. Got that already? 626-429-591-1848. Who got it? Who got it? All right, I'm going to have to just tell Ms. Brown that that one didn't go through. All right. Our previous, not just this presenter, but a presenter before said, quoted Maya Angelou, and they said, people will forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Remember that? Yes. And we just heard another presenter who linked UA's code of ethics and UA's standard with expectations for service delivery, right? So I start with an easy question. I don't have 5. I'm just realizing, you know what? I'll just ask the questions, and the 5 questions, and we just share the gifts, right? We just share the gifts. We agree to that, right? Fine. So just stay with me. So let's ask one of the easy questions, and you get to choose who knows it. Which organization does Miss Griffith head? Easy one. Easy one. Oh, Lord. Who was listening to the introduction? What did I say about the audience? We are not giving any gifts to the audience because I asked for volunteers. So, which organization does she head? Is that right? All right. You see, because that's so nice, you get to pick your gift. So you can pick. Question 2. They said that she has an international speaker qualification. Let's see who was listening. What international speaker qualification does she have? I was listening. No, I don't want to change that question. I'm very sure that I heard it. Yes. Which international speaker qualification does she have? She said it. I'm sure. You see, that means we need to listen to all parts. From the person who is introducing the facilitator, we need to be listening. So they said something about her, and I'm sure I heard. I wrote it down. Yes. All right. You're going to hold that one. Anybody in the audience knows? You listened? Let me see what you know. She is a John Maxwell speaker. Excellent. Excellent. So you're going to have to share the prize with the person in the audience. All right. She says that there are strategies that can be employed to improve student experience. What reason did she give for not working with an organization? Under student experience, she says, listen, staff recruitment is one strategy that can be used to improve student experience. But she said, after she spoke a little, she said, I'm not working at that organization. What reason did she give for not working at a particular organization? You know, no, sir? Come. No, you have to go use the mic.
Based off memory, she mentioned that the interviewers were, how would I say, disorganized, weren't prepared for the interview process, so she lost interest. Yeah, that's what I remember.
Sounds like it? Sounds like it. So he was paying attention. All right. She says that there are some conditions under which we should give respect. Or perhaps this is a loaded question, the way it is being phrased. She says, under what conditions, really, should we offer respect to people? All right, sir.
So, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm going to give it a shot. You should always give respect to persons regardless of how they look, whether it's grass up or from the upper. You should always present your best. So yeah.
So really and truly, no condition should exist for you to fail to offer respect. All right, coming down. Who remembers 7, 38, 55? Those numbers were mentioned. I wonder if we know what they mean. No, all 3 of you want to answer. Who is going to select one of you from the volunteers? 7, 38, 55. Did you hear that in the presentation? Yes, 7, 38, 55.
I remember.
You remember? All right. All right.
So, I'll work with the 38% and...
No, but we have to start with
Okay,
7.
no problem. So we start with women.
All right, so the lady will... First, we need to know what is it applied to, right? What is it applied to, these numbers?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am doing 7%, and the 7% speaks to what you say, so whatever the words that you use.
And we're talking about what concept overall?
Communication.
Awesome. Awesome. 38.
And 38 has to deal with the tone that was used. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And the 55?
And 55 would be your body language. So how you communicate by your gestures, all that fancy jazz. Yeah.
All right.
So you get everything.
Miss Griffith, this sounds like they were listening, right? Sounds like you were listening. So I get to, you want this one? This one? The ID case, which one you want? They get to pick.
She can choose first.
Choose first. They say the lady should choose first. Which would you like? One of the items. Make a pick the ID case and the pen. All right. Sounds good, right? See, we did that so well that we are right on the cusp of lunch. And so I would like to invite for our vote of thanks, Mr. Leopoldo Greer Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez will give us our vote of thanks.
All right, good afternoon. Here I am, the final border between us and finally getting to eat some lunch. But we're all starving because I am. So, first of all, we'd like to give a very good thanks to you, Miss Levine Griffiths, for coming here and presenting to us today. I can't speak for everyone here. I'll speak for myself when I say that I definitely had some important takeaways from that. And I'll say to start, the thing that really caught me in, because I was thinking a lot of things during that presentation, but think first is really what got me. Think first. Because I've been doing a lot of thinking this morning since I came in. 90% of it is, what am I going to say when I come up here? Because I got no clue. And also that I'm hungry, but then I thought, in respect to all of this, of what we're doing, I thought about what it means as being a student here and being an intern. And as a student, we all have certain expectations from the university, right? We all have things that we expect, we want from what we believe. And I understand that a lot of people are also working too, and that it comes down to that all of us are always customers, is what we are. We're all customers every single day. We all have expectations, we all want to be seen, and we all want to be heard, is really what it comes down to. And at UE, there's plenty of things to be seen and heard from. You always want your lecturers to be hearing out for you. You're going to SAS, you're going to the bursary. There's always something where you got to talk with somebody and something needs to get done. And while I can't speak for the other departments, at MITS, I think we do a really good job, and there's always room for improvement. There's always room for improvement in anything we do. But being seen and being heard and getting a response is really the most important thing. And in regards to the pillars of UE, the internal, external customer basis, a lot of that comes down to the responses that us as interns have to give directly to people. And that thing we talked about where we mentioned that whatever we say, that first encounter, that first response is what sits in the minds of people when they come to UE. Because if the first response is, or the first conversation you have is with someone at MITS, that's going to stick with you as the first encounter I had at UE. So I appreciated a lot of what was said, and I think that the hunger's getting to me. So we'd like to thank you very much for coming along here. The vote of thanks, I'm glad I could be able to do it. And I don't see a bag. Where? Ah, yes, the bag. Thank you. So, if we could welcome up our esteemed guest, Miss Levine Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. So, we've gone through sessions 1 through 3, and lunch is here. But please listen to some instructions before we proceed to lunch. I'm reminded that the bathroom facilities in the room may not be sufficient for us all, so we are allowed to use the bathroom in the library. So should you need to use a restroom, you can also use the one in the library. I am instructed to advise you to remain in your seats. You are going to hear your names called for lunch. When you hear your name called, just indicate by raising your hand and someone will take your lunch to you. So you are to remain seated and lunch will be brought to you. Those were all the instructions, right? So I'm going to hand over to our esteemed IT support to give us some lovely music for us to have while we relax and wait for lunch. I'm just going to ask my assistant to help me to select 6 persons, since it's taking me a while to get 6 volunteers. Right, Miss Brown, I can ask my assistant to select volunteers, right? 6 volunteers, come. Volunteers? 6. Yes, 6 volunteers. Easy, 6 volunteers. Six. I'm a third of the way there. 6 volunteers. Of course. I'm halfway there. She's helping me to select. They don't have to know each other. 6 volunteers. Miss Heslop, I said. Miss Heslop, you said? Yeah. Miss Brown said Miss Heslop, so Miss Heslop needs to come. Is Miss Heslop, Miss Brown? You selected 3 more? Okay, so they're coming. All right. Do you need a number? No, I have 6. So there are 3 people who want to lead. You can select it. I'm still at 1 more person. Who was the other person you selected? Miss Heslop? Mesa? Okay, come Miss Mesa. I still need 1 more person. Come. So this is very easy. Very, very easy. They have 3 questions, right? And they have 2 minutes. Without asking the direct questions that is here, they need to get the answers. Clear? Easy, right? So they're to get the answers from their partner. Who's going to lead? Who's going to lead? 3 leads. I need 3 leads. No, I'm not telling you the instructions. I need 3 leads. 1, 2, 3 leads. All right, come forward, leads. Here's the instruction again. There are 3 questions, 1 question on each of these. You have to get the answers for the question in 2 minutes without asking the direct question. Easy, right? Easy. No. To work with the people in your organization, it's best to know the people in your organization. So, you're going to find out the answer to the question that is right here. You're not allowed to ask the direct question. Hold on, not yet. You can think about it. That's good. You just can't, and you have all of the 2 minutes. Anybody standing from another partner? Start. Who's your partner? Hold on. Who's partner? Who's partner? Over there. So, who's your partner? Nayoka is her partner. Winter is your partner, sir? Right. So somebody standing from me, only 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes. They'll tell you at the end what their question was. So they have 2 minutes. You can talk privately, you can speak loudly. 2 minutes. Do not ask the specific question. All right. In the meantime, while they're working, let's go to Digicel. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay. 2 minutes. Remember, somebody's helping to time them, right? You're helping me, Miss Bryant? 2 minute timer. Ready now? Yes, you're helping. You start the timing. Okay. All right, ready? 1 star 1 2 1. Star 1 2 1. Ready? Digicel. In the meantime, are we ready? 762 118 912 6377. Who got it? Who got it? Somebody got it at the back. Right. Still not done with the 2 minutes, right? So I can do one flow.
Oh, yes.
All right, flow. Ready? Flow, here we go. Star 121, flow. 130-387-730-05716. Flow. Who got it?
Got it.
Got it. Good. I'm told to tell you 30 seconds. I'm told the time says time. Right, you're ready. You're all ready. All right. But let's ask something. Did you learn about your colleague? Did you learn new things about your colleague? You learn new things about your colleague? Sort of learned new things. You knew your colleague already before now. You learned new things about your colleague? Somewhat? Do you think you could work with your colleague a little bit better because of what you learned? Okay, so before we figure out what question they were given, we're going to ask them if they have the answer. If they give us the answer, perhaps we can guess the question they got, right? You want to go first? And then you're going to figure out what he meant. What did he, what was his question that you had to ask?
Okay, so this was almost a two-part question. The answer I have is she looks at her calendar and she views her clients for the day so that she can better understand what her day will look like. She also packs lunch and drinks for the day.
What was your question? What question do you think he was trying to figure out? What do you think he was trying to figure out about winter? You can ask him? No, you can't ask him what his question was. What do you think he was trying to figure out about you? So he told us a lot about you just now.
Preparation for work.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
The question was, share how you stay organized and plan your work day.
Wow, solid.
Sounds good. Remember, your question, you tell me the answer.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. So I have. So I was talking to Carissa, right? And it's a blind name. All right, and she told me that she looks up to her aunt, and she looks up to her aunt because of her work. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
She looks up to her aunt, and she looks up to her aunt because of her aunt's work ethic.
Right.
All right, give Carissa the mic now. Carissa, what do you think he was asked to find out about you? You cannot help again, sir. He's not helping me. He's not helping you. All right. What was he asked to find out about you?
I'm just going to say it's how
What questions did he ask you?
he asked me why I look up to and why I look up to the person.
All right. Tell the audience though, what was your question on your side?
Wait. Is it who is my admirer or
Role model.
Because
hero?
And why they're my hero.
Right. So who is your hero and why?
And that is exactly what's up this time.
Who was the person asking the question? All right. Take it easy. So the answer to your question first.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The answers I received from my questions asked was that she has become more outspoken. She has developed leadership skills and she has developed leadership skills and yes, and she's more initiative. Those were the answers.
All right. So tell me, what question do you think she had to ask?
The question I think she had to ask was, what skills have I developed while working at MIX?
What was the question on her slide? All right. How well did they do? Thank you very much. I don't think I have all the gifts, but fine. All right. So that was interesting, wasn't it? And we're going to continue with an interesting session. We are going to be hearing from our next facilitator in a short while. But before we hear from our facilitator, we are going to invite Miss Ashley Murdoch to introduce session 4 facilitator. Miss Murdoch.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it is my honor to present the fourth and final facilitator for this year's hosting of Pike. So, Dr. Shanika Lister began her journey at the University of the West Indies as a first-generation university student with a passion for the environment. That passion has since taken her from the halls of UWI to meeting rooms and conference stages around the world, including Latin America and Caribbean, North America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. Today, she is an environmental geographer and lecturer at the University of the West Indies, MONA, where her work focuses on strengthening water security, advancing environmental justice, and building climate resilience in the Caribbean, small island developing states. She is a member of several international networks and has contributed to the United Nations Environment Programme's flagship environmental assessment, GEO7. She also serves on the International Water Resources Association's Islands and Freshwater Task Force. In Jamaica, Dr. Lister serves as chairwoman of the Water Resources Authority Board of Directors and as a commissioner of the Land Development and Utilization Commission. Her contributions have been recognized through awards such as the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Excellence in International Achievement and the Principal's Research Award for the project with the greatest impact on policy in the Faculty of Science and Technology. Dr. Lister has built a career that spans academia, government, and international development. She has worked with farmers in rural Jamaica, youth in coastal communities, ministers of government, and regional and international partners to help address some of the Caribbean's most pressing environmental challenges. Her journey stands as a testament to the power of professionalism, genuine connections, continuous learning, and opportunities that can emerge from a single interaction. Additionally, I am proud to announce that Dr. Shanika Lister is a past student past student workers, of MITS. So if you can join me in providing a warm welcome for Dr.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Yes, so I am a past student worker at MIT, so I'm at home. I feel at home. Can I have the presentation projected, please? Awesome. Alright, so today I am going to talk to you a little bit about building bridges for future benefits. I like to move around here, but I'm going to try to stay where this mic is. And if you're not hearing me, okay, wonderful. I have a mic and a clicker. One check. We won't have a feedback from this. We're good? Okay, so it's my pleasure to talk to you today on this topic about building bridges for future benefits. And before I get into exactly how we go about doing that, I want us to do a little activity. So I know we just did an activity, but we're going to do another activity. I want you to think about someone who has opened a door for you, right? Could be a parent, could be a teacher, it could be an adolescent, someone when you were in high school, it could even be a stranger, someone you only met once, you had a single conversation with. And I want you to think about exactly what was that opportunity and why did you think that this person was instrumental in you getting this opportunity. I'm going to give you a few seconds. This might be a job, yes, or an internship, but it might also be a scholarship. It could also be a chance to lead. It could also be advice that changed the direction of your life. So those are some examples I've given you. So you're thinking about someone who has given you an opportunity, who has opened the door for you. What is that opportunity and why was that person instrumental? And I'm going to ask about 2 or 3 people to share with me, if you will. Anybody has thoughts about anything yet? I see a hand over there. Do we have another mic? No? I can walk to you. Okay, you have another mic.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. So I started working on this a couple years ago due to my program director at Carmack sending out an email for individuals to apply. I applied at the last minute, which is not a good thing to do, but alas, I got the interview, came, did a group interview, and I've always wanted to learn what we're doing, but I just was not enough. I was not able to get the, the opportunity was there, I just wasn't able to take advantage of it because, yeah, that was the issue. So the fact that I still wanted to learn and I'm here learning this is really a blessing, and I'm grateful to also even work with my co-workers, past and present, and yeah, I just think it's a really good opportunity to work here.
Wonderful answer. So she got that opportunity through her director just sharing an email. Anybody else? One more person? It could be something that you even remember from high school. Doesn't even have to be now. Alright?
Yes, you should give him a prize.
Hi again, everyone. I don't mean to steal the spotlight, but yeah. So before I came to UE, so I'm a COVID baby.
not literally. But I was in sixth form during COVID, and one of the things, we had a sixth form workshop for biology, and there were a lot of presenters throughout the day, and someone was doing something on gene cloning. I was like, this sounds fun, and somebody asked about an internship in the chat. I didn't ask, I was too scared. I was like, all right, I'll put my email in the chat. And I was like, you know what, I should probably get over this fear. And I sent the senior lab technician, his name is Carlton Morrows, my biotechnology center. And funny enough, he replied. I was surprised. I was like, I thought he was going to ghost me or something. And I sent him an email, he replied to me. He said, sure, you can come in and do some work at the biotechnology center. And it was the first time I was in an actual real lab. So, it's just to say that always go ask. You never know if someone's going to say no, or they might just say yes. So that was a good experience for me. That was my first time at UE.
Thank you for sharing those experiences. And all of those experiences are along the lines of what I want to talk to you about today. The importance of relationships in terms of building those bridges for future benefits. Much of the opportunities that I have had in my career, from here at UE and internationally, they have been because of the relationships that I have built with people. And so I want to introduce this concept to you called social capital. Now we know what capital is, right? So social capital in and of itself is the value that is created, or the value that you get through your relationships, trust, and networks that help people achieve goals and create opportunities. So social capital is that potential for you to benefit from, through whether it be through favors, through information, through being in a group chat at the right place at the right time, so that you can benefit from your personal connections. And that's what we're going to talk about. How do we build those social capital? How do we ensure that we do not erode our social capital so we can reap the benefits of building social capital? So I want to start with what we are familiar with. We're familiar with human capital and financial capital. How many people have heard the word social capital before now? I want the hands them to go up a little bit higher, man. They're not high enough. A few people. Alright, so this is a presentation that we need to pay keen attention to, because while human capital, financial capital, they are very important, or human capital being what we know, right? Your skill set, your knowledge, your competence, you're bright, you're intelligent, right? And your financial capital, also important. What do you own, right? What financial or physical resources do you have to get you to where you want to go? Your relationships and the trust that exists within those relationships are just as important. Sometimes for me, I would say even much more important than your human capital and your financial capital. You can be competent, but because you have poor interpersonal skills and you cannot communicate well, then you don't go very far. You can have resources, you can have assets, and you can have wealth, but you just don't have the right connections. You don't have the people to give you the right advice, to point you in the right direction, and so you don't get very far. And so that is one of the reasons why in my life, social capital is one of the most important assets that I could have. Now, how do we get to social capital? Interaction is a very important part of building social capital. You build social capital one interaction at a time. And so I would say that every interaction is an investment. Have you ever thought of your interactions like that? That when you meet someone, just randomly, it could possibly be an investment. It could be a good investment, or it could be a bad investment. Because you rarely have opportunities that just come out of nowhere. Opportunities often come through people. Whether it is your parent, whether it is a mentor, whether it is your teacher, your supervisor, opportunities comes through interaction. If you want to go for a scholarship, you need people, you need references, right? You need a recommendation. Someone writes that recommendation. You go for an interview at MITS. Were there robots there interviewing you? No? People, right? And it's the impression you make on people that is important. So it's important for us to know that every interaction we make is an investment, because most opportunities, they come through people. Not you simply filling out an application form. Because if you fill out that application form, it is still someone who reviews it. And Miss Griffiths earlier, Earlier she spoke about communication, and even the written communication, what is conveyed through how you write something. Someone receives that communication and interprets it in a particular way. So what are some social capital building strategies? I like to practice 5 main strategies, and I call them the 5 pillars of social capital building. The first, professionalism. We're all in a professional environment as interns at MITS. What makes a professionalism? I chose competence and ethics. Competence is important because you need to know what it is that you are doing. You need to demonstrate that you are knowledgeable about your job. Right? We're not the kind of people who are going to come to work and decide that we're going to wing it. We're the people who are going to do the reading. My friend here says that she's at the University of West Indies to read for her degree. As a lecturer, I applaud her, because sometimes it seems as if students do not want to read for their degree. But you have to be invested in building your knowledge about whatever field or area of expertise that you are in, because pretending like you know it will take you so far and no further. Ethics is also important. And when we talk about professional ethics, we're talking about how accountable are you? When you mess up, when you do something wrong, do you own up to it? Can you be trusted? Do you have integrity within the workplace? Are you fair in how you resolve matters within the workplace? It's an important part of your social capital building strategies, because how you perform, not just through your competence, but in your interaction and your work ethics too, is a part of telling your supervisor and your colleagues, can they work with you? One of the things about competence, anybody ever heard of the word micromanagement? Anybody likes micromanagers? Let me see the people who don't like micromanagement. Don't like micromanagement. But can I tell you the truth? Sometimes the people who micromanage us, they work that way always. But a lack of competence among staff members cause them to become micromanagers. And so now you feel like you're under this insufferable boss because this person micromanages you and they won't allow you to take initiative and they won't trust you to get the task done. And yes, if they're at that point, they need to work on themselves, but sometimes it is the staff member, because of that lack of competence demonstrated. I feel like I have to check everything you do. I have to come and check on you all the time. So competence is important. The previous presenter spoke about going to the meeting and you feel like the meeting is too much and the training is too much, and every week we're getting training and every day we're getting training. I'm tired of training. It's building your capacity. So that is an important part of your professionalism. The second one, and you can see that they're all linked, reliability. Being consistent in what you do and the service that you offer to your clients and to your colleagues. Do you know you offer services to your colleagues? Yeah, man. You offer services to your colleagues because somebody might be waiting on you to do something so that they could get their job done, and because you haven't done it or you're dragging your feet, they aren't able to accomplish their task. So how consistent you are in your job indicates how reliable you are as a person. And that reliability will enable your colleague, your supervisor to know that they can trust you with this task. They can trust that you will get it done in time. And that ties into how dependable you are. You can do work without supervision. I can know that I say that I have gone on a few days leave, and when I come back, you will get the work done. And since we're talking about user support services, I want to own in on consistency as it relates to service to clients across the board. So you remember a while ago I said that you provide services to your peers and your colleagues too as well while you are working in the user support services unit. But here, you also provide services to students and to lecturers and to administrative staff, etc. across the university. Do you treat them differently? Do you treat students differently as you would treat when a lecturer walks into MITS versus an admin staff, or an adult versus someone who you know is a student that walks into MITS? So consistency is not just about how you work and the quality of work that you deliver, but as service providers, are you consistent in the level of service that you provide straight across the board? It doesn't matter if it's a student that walked into MITS that needs your assistance. That student should get the same level of service that you gave to the lecturer or the admin staff that walked into MITS. And we'll talk about why that consistency is important a little bit later. We have generosity. And generosity is a pillar for me because people remember the kindness that you extended towards them. It is sad that in the professional space, sometimes people feel as though everything needs to be a competition. And one of the things that I've always wondered is that we have so many doctors and people are still in med school, right? We have so many lawyers and people are still in law school. There is room for everyone to thrive and to succeed. And so, within your professional environment, you want to be willing to give. What do you want to be willing to give? You want to be willing to give information to people, access to opportunities that you know about that they might not know about, the same opportunity that sometimes you are going after. It's okay to share it with someone. Support others. support others in completing their work, support others that might not be as competent as you in increasing and building their capacity. That is a part of building your social capital. Because when you willingly give your knowledge, give your advice, give the information you have and the opportunities, you also have access to others. They will remember that you gave it to them. And I know that isn't the case 100% of the time. Sometimes there is no reciprocity, right? Sometimes you don't get a return on that investment of giving, but you don't know who will return it to you. And so I want you to encourage you that as you're building your social capital, you give willingly. It's not going to stop you from succeeding. It's not going to stop you from growing. It's not going to stop you from advancing your career if you are willing to give freely to others. So be generous in the workplace. If you see a colleague that is struggling, who does not know how to perform the task as well as you do, tell them how to do it better. Help them along. Don't be selfish. And an important part of social capital, trust. And two things I want to highlight is mutual confidence, which links back to what I just said about giving a while ago and reciprocity. If it is that I have willingly helped you and support you, it is expected, because remember, I'm investing in this relationship, you know. It is expected that you will do the same. Allow people to have that confidence in you. To know that you have the integrity, that they have invested in you, they have assisted you. You're not necessarily doing it to get it back, you know. But guess what? No man is an island, no man stands alone. And there might be a point where someone will ask you for something, the same person that helped you at another point in time. You should not be saying to them, you're not able to, you don't feel like it, or you don't want to. You should be doing your best to help them. Still on the point of mutual confidence. When someone walks into MITS, so I am a user of the services offered by MITS. I visit MITS all the time. They should have the confidence that when they go to MITS, their issue will be resolved. And you should also be confident in the fact that when someone has left your desk at MITS, you feel like you sufficiently served them. You served them well. And so that is another thing that mutual confidence is about. So when I go to MITS and I know I have a particular problem, I'll be at my desk in my department and I have an issue with my computer, I with confidence pack up my things and I head over to MITS because I know that the problem is going to be solved. And there are a few people, yes, give that round of applause. There are a few people that I will go to MITS, and I especially know if these persons are there. It's like if I have to leave and they don't solve my problem, they feel bad about it. They don't want me to leave until the problem is resolved. I have that confidence. And I know that they also have the confidence that when I leave, they have adequately assisted me. And if they can't help me on that day, they tell me to come back the next day, or they call a senior person. They do everything. They go above and beyond. I don't know about anybody else's experience, but that is my experience. And they wouldn't even know that I know Miss Roberts, or I'm a past intern. You see, why every interaction is an investment, and you are building your social capital, because there are a few people that I can just, if I see them out there because of the service that they gave me when I came to MITS, I will know that this is someone, if they're in a bind, I'll help them. So there must be mutual confidence, and of course, honesty is a part of any relationship, right? Being upfront, being honest. Also, not just about what strengths we have or the positives about us, but being honest sometimes about our shortcomings helps, especially with team dynamics. One of the things I always tell my students who work in groups, when students get group work, and most of you I imagine are students, so this might help you, they will say, you do question 1, you do question 2, you do question 3, and I will do question 4. And I say to them, do you know the strength and the weaknesses of your group members? Have you sat down to know if it is that question 1 is about graphics, that person knows anything about graphics and can do graphics well, versus the person who's doing question 4 that might be about analysis and requires a higher level of critical thinking? So having certain weaknesses does not mean that you cannot succeed as a part of the team. It's now about how you leverage the strength and the weaknesses of the members of the team. So I might be strong in graphics design, but I am very weak when it comes to critical thinking and writing. And so I would not take on question 4. I would admit that up front and say, but you know what? I can score the 80 marks on the graphics section, so give me that. And the person who is stronger on the other aspect, they can do that part of the work. So just a tip for you, for your group work, be a little bit more strategic with how you are allocating the workload when you're working in groups and in team. Be very honest and upfront about what your strengths and your weaknesses are, and see how you can work better, create greater synergy on your team. And finally, curiosity. That openness to always learning. It is important. We're ever learning. So don't feel like you went through the training, you know it well, and you're so confident in the knowledge that you have that you do not need to open yourself to further learning. Whether it be through training, or it might be something that your colleague learned that they can teach you. Always be open to learning. Never let your curiosity die. Never, especially when we're going through university, I know that sometimes that is hard because you feel like you're doing so many courses and you're always having to read or learn something. But always be curious. Always have a genuine interest in whatever it is that you're doing. My friend over there, she spoke about the interest that she had in what she's currently doing. And I believe that genuine interest has made her a better worker at MITS. So 5 pillars of building your social capital: professionalism, reliability, being generous, be curious, and ensure that there is trust in your relationships. Now, we know what the strategies are, but how do we go about building it? It's nothing complex. Remember earlier I said what? Every interaction is an... Alright, I want you to remember that leaving here today. And because every interaction provides you with opportunities to build your social capital. And I'm going to tell you how simple these interactions are. The first one is having a conversation. Regularly engaging with people fosters trust. It can erode it too, but it fosters trust for the most part. So let me see those who consider themselves shy and reserved. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't mean that you need to become extroverted. But remember, you need to build relationships. So find out what are you comfortable with? How can I go about building relationships? So when you're in the office, you're not just coming and showing up and say, boy, I do my work, I want me do my work at my time, don't be gone in my yard. I don't need no friend, I don't talk to nobody. But I'm not a mix up and blend that them chat people too much. Because the exercise that we just did a while ago, who are you? Who are you though? We've never spoken. We never talk. I don't know anything about you. Who are you? Everyday engagement, it fosters trust, believe it or not. You have to talk to people. You have to interact positively with people. Because those are the people, someone will likely pick up the phone and give somebody an opportunity or share an opportunity with someone they know something about, rather than someone that they know nothing about. Even if you're competent, how am I going to know that you're competent? So just your everyday conversations, that's one of the ways that you're building your social capital. Emails. Something that we can't get away from professionally. Timely and thoughtful communication strengthens bonds. When someone sends you an email, whether you think the email was necessary or it was unnecessary, respond in a timely manner. I have a 24-hour rule. I try to respond to your email in 24 hours, even if it is that I'm telling you that I'm engaged in something right now where I cannot pay full attention to your email. I will get back to you in 2 days. And your communication must also be thoughtful. Since you're university students, I can talk to you based on some of the things that I've experienced with my own students. Sometimes when my students write me emails, it's a WhatsApp message they're sending me because it has no subject, it has no greeting, nothing, is just they start the text and they say what they want to say and the email is finished. And you know what I do? And it's not because I'm offended. It's because I feel like it is a part of my duty to say to my student, this is not how you send an email. And if you send me another email like this, I won't respond. This is how you send an email. Because that person will do the same thing in other spaces. So be thoughtful about your communication. Yes, you want a response from Miss Roberts in a hurry, even though I know she has trained you well, so you probably never send her an email like that. I will pretend that we did not hear that. We did not hear that, right? So you're not going to send any more emails like that. Emails without subject. What is it that you're talking about? Greet her. Have your body close out your email. This is where you're practicing to be professional and your work will speak for you. Alright, so timely and thoughtful communication, it strengthens bond. Because when you send an email a certain way, it's communicating something about you. Again, I am back to the communication. That was such a profound slide. I hope you guys took a picture of it or you took a mental note of that communication slide that demonstrates what is communicated in writing versus when you are face-to-face versus when you are over the phone. And think carefully about, is my communication destroying the bonds that I want to strengthen, or are they strengthening my bonds with my peers and those whom I work with? Your internship. What does your internship do for you, right? Yes, we probably need some financial support, but that's not the only thing that it does for you. It provides opportunities for you to build your skill sets, but guess what? It also provides opportunities for you to find mentors and to establish a lifelong professional network. Are you using your internship experience wisely? Yeah? Some of us are thinking about it. So this is not just, I'm in this space to increase my knowledge about ITC only, or I need this financially. It is also the space where it's at university, where these are the people that you will see in boardrooms later on in life. These are the people that will be on interview panels. These are the people who will be your employers, your supervisors in the future. So make use of the opportunity that your internship provides you with. You have those who are older than you, those who are more mature, those who are more experienced. Find a mentor in those people. And mentorship doesn't have to be formal, right? Because sometimes people don't want to commit to having a formal mentor-mentee kind of relationship. But it can be mentorship by proximity. You see the systems that a certain persons employ in their professional life. You see how they go about navigating life skillfully and how they have achieved throughout their career. And you said, no, that is a role model. You pay attention to them, you observe them, even if they're not able to formally be your mentor. If you're in close proximity to them, you see them at work every day, you observe them, you ask them questions. Ask them good questions. And you're taking mental notes or physical notes of what they have communicated to you. I have been mentored by many people like that, indirectly. Remember, every interaction is an investment. Customer service. You're in the business of customer service. When you have a positive experience with your customer, it creates loyalty and it increases their satisfaction. Now we know that Jamaica, we're working on our customer service issue. I hope that we're working on our customer service issue. But through customer service, you are also building your social capital. As I said before, there are persons who I've interacted with that I remember them, their names, their faces, because of the type of customer service they have given to me. There are some people, like myself, who will pay more for good customer service rather than pay less for bad customer service. Because I believe sometimes bad customer service wastes my time and my energy, and those are valuable resources to me. And so I would have probably lost more financially if I did the math, because I decided that, you know what, this is cheaper, so let me take this route. So customer service matters. The service that you give to people who show up at the user support services unit, or wherever you will move on to in life, that matters, and it will either build or erode your social capital. I wanted to pinpoint projects specifically. I know I spoke about collaboration a bit and working as a part of teams, but this is one of the areas where you really build strong and meaningful relationships in the world of work, you know. I will tell you the reality that there are people, it does not matter how intelligent you are, how technically competent you are, if you cannot work as a part of a team, they do not want you to be on their team. So being able to collaborate with others is an important part of building your social capital. And you will get to a point in life where the opportunities that you get are largely based on recommendation. You will get to a point in life where you stop submitting applications. Opportunities come up and people just call you because of how you were when they worked with you. So the projects, you see the group projects that you have now in university, or even any group work that you have to do at MITS, remember, I am building my social capital. When Jonathan is the executive director at Scotiabank, and I call and he needs a financial advisor, he remembers my work ethic when he was just an intern at MITS, and he scours the internet, look for me on Facebook or LinkedIn or wherever. He doesn't even have my contact, you know, to call me and say, I remember that you were studying economics and you were over social sciences. What was your degree? What did you do? And even if you are not the person, he will ask you and trust your recommendation too. So, with the group work, with the collaboration, don't just think of it as the lecturer or Miss Roberts want you to work with people or on teams.
They don't know that name. Brown.
Oh, Brown, sorry. Miss Brown, right, with team. It's you are learning how to collaborate. And finally, volunteering. Volunteering, it allows us to have meaningful engagement with diverse groups. It's important for you to volunteer your time. Remember, one of the pillars of social capital being generosity. So you are not going to only find opportunities in the workplace. Opportunities can come from being in the same space. We have a term in geography that we call a safe operating space. And it's a space where people with various background and knowledge exist. And there is knowledge transfer that happens in that space. When you volunteer, you meet people from all walks of life. And you are able to engage with them and build your social capital. So building social capital isn't something that you now have to go and draft a plan for. Everyday interactions. That is how you are writing that resume for yourself. You are building a reputation for yourself through those everyday interactions. Always remember that. I am building a reputation for myself through my everyday interactions. And it is something that I am very mindful of. I will tell you something. As I spoke about customer service a while ago, I truly have a peeve for poor customer service. I do. And we know that when we go to fast food restaurants, that is one of the worst experiences when it comes to customer service. And one of the things with me is that if there is a system in place and I can see the system working and there is communication, I am fine. I will wait 2 hours because I can see the system in place and I can see it working and you're communicating with me. I'll wait. Now when everything seems chaotic, I don't know what is happening, that person come and has gone and I am still here, nobody is saying anything, you get very annoyed, right? Well, I get very annoyed. And sometimes you want to say, you know what, I am well within my right to ask what is happening. This is unacceptable. But because I feel the blood boiling within me, I know how to breathe. and say, well, Shanika, even this is a talk with myself. When I came in, I didn't see anybody that I knew, you know. Nobody said to me, hi Dr. Lester, hi Shanika, and I didn't say hi to anybody. But since I was there, since I've been there, I don't know who has come in. And sometimes people know you and you don't know the people who know you. And I have to talk to myself first in, how exactly are you going to ask what is happening? I'm going to look at the person's name tag if they have one, and I'm going to say, Jonathan, I've been here for an hour or two now. What exactly is happening? And Jonathan is going to tell me that they're cooking the rice. And they never tell me, say, if I cook the rice, you know, say that make me mad. Because they never tell me when I was cashing that they're cooking the rice, you know. And I have to say, okay then, so how long will I have to wait? You have to learn how to manage yourself and manage your emotions in spaces, because just that is an everyday interaction. Not just the people who might be in the room, the person behind the counter. That person might be in university right now, is going to finish in 6 months' time, and is going to go to your company, do an interview, and will be your boss tomorrow. And I heard it earlier, people may forget what you say, but they never forget how you made them feel. So that's just an everyday interaction. Someone who you may think is not so important, that you did not treat with respect, or you acted out of character because you were angry and you felt like you were in a certain place. I'm not at UE. I'm here in KFC. I can carry on however I want. But then somebody else is in KFC who is a part of your social capital, and you've just lost that person's confidence in you because of an everyday interaction. All right? Now we've spoken about how we build social capital, and just as how we can build social capital, we can erode that too as well. And so another takeaway I want you to have is that bridges take time to build, but moments to burn. So you remember that example that I just gave you about going to a fast food place? I could have destroyed my reputation in a moment, right? Because if I negatively responded to the long wait time or the lack of a system being in place. And so you have to remember this in your everyday interaction with your peers, with your supervisors, and your bosses. Even those, and we're going to be honest, even those that we think are difficult, we have to mind ourselves and manage ourselves in terms of how do we interact with those around us. So just some ways in which we erode our social capital. Arrogance. Some of us think so highly of ourselves, huh? Especially when we know it. When we think that we are the person who knows the most within the user support services, or we've been here for a certain number of years. Don't ever think that someone else is less important than you are, right? Everybody is on their own path. And you do not know when someone will leapfrog. You know a frog jumps? There's a term we call leapfrogging. The leapfrogging effect, they will just jump from A to E while you're still taking incremental steps. Gossip. Remember, everyday communication, it builds, but Gossiping, spreading rumors, and negativity can erode your social capital. And just being in the space too as well, because sometimes you're at the table and someone is speaking negatively about one of your colleagues or your peers, and you did not say anything, or you didn't walk away and say, I don't want to be a part of this conversation. Or you did not say to them, I don't think that you should be talking about this person in this manner. If you have a problem with them, speak to them about it. Because people hear back. They hear what was said about them. A poor attitude. You're not cooperative. You're not optimistic about the plans that your supervisor might have for change. Change is always taking place around us. We should always be seeking, how can we improve ourselves? How can we improve the service that we're giving to others on the job? So ensure that you're coming into the workspace with a good attitude. People take note of that. Your attitude towards work and your attitude towards your peers. We spoke about reliability. Certainly, if you're unreliable, then I can't trust you. You cannot be depended on, and I'm going to have to micromanage you. And so you're in the organization for 5 years, for 10 years, and you want to be put in a leadership position, and you're saying that I've been here for all of this time. You've not proven yourself to be reliable. And so how is it that I am going to put the department or the company in your hands? How am I going to put this portfolio in your hands? And you have proven yourself to not be reliable to me. Burning bridges. Damaging your relationships permanently. It's okay to disagree with others. There is nothing wrong with having a disagreement, but it is how you have that disagreement. Do you agree to disagree? Do you discuss it in a respectable way? And possibly try to find consensus, and if you cannot find consensus, you find some kind of resolution to the problem. But never think that, okay, I'm an intern here at MITS. I will be finishing my degree in 3 years, and then I'll be applying for a job and going elsewhere. You might need a recommendation. That person who was your supervisor or you worked with might know someone at the organization that you are going. Alison Douglas Campbell, do you guys know, anybody in here knows Alison? Some person I've heard from.
Remember, she's told you from
Really? So Alison Douglas Campbell, she was my supervisor. And to this day, Alison and I communicate. To this day, she encourages me, she gives me advice. To this day, I can send her a message. I can send Miss Brown a message too as well. So don't burn your bridges. Even if there is some contention, some friction between your supervisor and you, or a colleague and yourself, do not burn your bridges. Don't feel like, say, oh, I'm just here for a while and I'm going to move on. I'm not going to see this person ever again. It goes back to managing our emotions and managing ourselves, especially when it comes to conflict resolution. Don't be dismissive, belittling others' importance or even their input. It goes back, it ties back into arrogance again. Thinking that we know everything, thinking so highly of ourselves, thinking that we have.
Kadian Raymond.
awarded for service excellence, and this is for the year 2025-2026. And in her absence, one of her team members will be receiving on her behalf. For the year 2025-2026 is being awarded Most Productive Student Worker.
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther is being awarded for job commitment, and this is for the year 2025-2026.
Eltano.
Is being awarded trophy for the year 2025-2026, and this is for his job commitment. Dominic is being awarded for the year 2025-2026, and this is for her being the most productive student worker. So McGee Simpson is being awarded for job commitment, and this is for the year 2025-2026. Oh. Okay, so Naoka Simpson will be collecting on her behalf. Sorry. His behalf, I'm so sorry.
Shavon Forrest.
Shavon is being awarded Service Excellence, and this is for the year 2025-2026.
Sammy J. Palmer.
Samanja is being awarded for his job commitment for the year 2025-2026.
Katie Jackson.
Katie Jackson is being awarded for job commitment for the year 2025-2026, and her colleague Siobhan will be collecting on her behalf. Sarsha Salmon is being awarded for Service Excellence for the year 2025-2026, and in her absence, Deandra Irving will be collecting for her. Christina, can you come for us, please? Thank you. So last but absolutely not least, can I get a drum roll, please? Keep it going. Keep it going. Can we hear it a little louder? We want to give it up for Miss Alicia Bryant.
recipients, and congratulations to you all, and I hope that you will indeed execute and be consistent in demonstrating these skill sets that we have observed while you have been awarded today, but also too to know that this is contributing also to your personal development and professional growth for the future. Thank you.
It's evening or afternoon. I am so delighted to see you don't even know how much I love young people. I am so delighted to see you because soon you will be serving me in the banks, not in the hospital. I'm not going to get sick. Yes, I speak that over my life. I'll be healthy. Yes. But I am so thrilled to see you coming out. So we're here to serve those who are serving us. Without you, the University of the West Indies would not be the same. Even though we have full-time staff members, but I can say this, some student workers are working even harder than full-time staff. I've seen it. I've called places on the campus, nobody picking up the phone. In MITS, I know we're serving people. Yes? We have some weak areas, and I know that there are other places. The health center, I called recently, and as soon as the phone rang, somebody picked it up. There are other places we call as soon as, I couldn't believe, I hung up the phone and I called again. So you are helping to shape the University of the West Indies. And so I want to give some added gifts to, there's some people here that make me just turn red when I'm elated, because my complexion changed when I'm elated. Something happened a few days ago that had me, every time I wake up and think about it, I laugh. Wake up in the middle of the night and laugh. And I want Dante to come up here and stand up. Because I can't believe this. 2024 and 2025 were the 2 years that I asked for money. I've never asked anyone for money where our student workers are concerned. And I called overseas, called my friends, family overseas, and they sent a nice money, 2024. Last year the same. This year, 4 of my contributors lost their jobs. 4 of them worked with an online company. 1 student worker, and so we're served. Persons who we serve are now serving us back. I got $200 a few days ago. And some of the gifts that I'm going to be giving out now is because of that $200 from the student who was on the screen saying thanks, and she appreciated being a part of MITS, the skills. Let me tell you what I love about the job I do. People calling us, asking us if we have any graduates or soon to be graduated persons who need a job. Just yesterday, I went to pick up some gift certificates for some of our exceptional student workers, frontline agents. And as I drove up at the place to pick up this gift certificates, somebody called me and said, we need one of your students for a full-time job. That makes me feel good. That tells me that my labor is not in vain. So each row and hope. Let me tell you something. I am so tired that the bones have hurt. You see up here? I have aches everywhere. And I'm going to the thank you soon because I could not do this alone. I'm going there. But I'm just saying, I am so elated that persons who leave MITS, and that is the reason I ensure that we have a database. Every student worker that comes through the door, we have when them start and when them finish. So that when entities call us, we should be able to serve them. You can't come and serve us as student workers for so much years, and when a company calls, nobody don't know your name. So if your manager don't have a database, go and ask them to implement one.
Because we have database that have people from as far back as when? 2004? 2004, thereabout. I have people who are now in the United States and in Canada. One of my student workers in Canada right now changed 3 jobs and he's now at a good position, and all 3 places called, emailed me. And he sent me some money and he said, thank you, Ms. Brown. So those we serve will serve us back. And mark you, not everyone you serve will serve you back. I've run into people in the supermarkets and different places that I've served. A lot of people here wouldn't know. I take money out of my pocket and send people to dentists. Students. Because there is a need, there was an accident. It's not that they have a decayed tooth. They had an expression. That's why I'm fixing and doing damage control. They had an accident. They had an accident and a broken tooth. And I realized that it was costly. I said, do you want my help? And I called my dentist. And I said, I'll pay you at the end of the month. Because we're here to serve. And a lot of persons serve Janice. I was promoted last year to senior management because I serve you. Because of Pike. So Pike is helping me and it's helping you. So I was told that Dante came downstairs to ensure that some of his colleagues were on the list to be awarded. And I heard that Dante said, even if we name them on the list, then people are most definitely. But I really respect that. I mean, every time I think about it throughout the night, I said, I can't believe this. He came and he approached Miss Bryant. And I have to say thanks to Miss Bryant again. Yes. I was at home doing the list for the awardees, and I said, no, we have to award Miss Bryant. We have a lady who's no longer here by the name of Mrs. Kadia Roberts Martin, who does the work schedule. The help desk, the user support services, we operate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then the evening shift takes over 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays. I have 26 student workers and 5 full-time staff. And Alethea, Bryant, I don't know, it's like a puzzle to do the schedule, Mondays to Fridays, 7 a.m. And remember, students work, so we have to drop them in the slot according to their availability. I don't know. Sometimes I'm up like 2 a.m. working on projects, and I send a message to Anita and she responds, I'm up working on the schedule. Thank you so much. No one that deals well, deals alone. So the selfishness, it doesn't work. And no one is an island. We success by shared interest and coming together. And I'm so proud of you, Dr. Lester. She was my student worker, and Alison Dundas Campbell from the applications unit, same MIT as but upstairs. She said, send me one of your students. I said, I'm going to lend her for a month. And then she called back and said, you're not getting her back. So, you make us proud. Yes, thank you. And don't leave your faith. So, back to Dante. Dante came downstairs. He knew that Miss Bryant was very intricately linked to the persons who will be getting gifts or certificates or trophies. And he said, is my name on the list? She said, no. And he said, okay, that's okay if my name is not on it. But make sure Jonathan's name is on it. Make sure, like Alita is the boss. Make sure Jonathan's name is on it. Make sure Olefunke, I hope I get the name correctly, Yes, name is on it. And Olympia was up for the trouble. She said, none of the name them you call them on it. And that say you don't want to mash up the place. That say you want to mash up the place. So this year we had to, because so many persons lost their jobs, and I'm just putting this out so that you make wise decisions. So even if you have a side job, guys, if you have a side job online, make sure you have a full-time job where you have health benefit, because one of the persons who was working on the online job was working with me, and the person started give attitude. We get an online job and the US dollar them a pay. Burning bridges. And the person's husband left his job and started working with the same entity. Now the entity shut down and two of them out of a job, and they have a new mortgage to pay. You don't burn your bridges. There are some people who will call me and say, can I get back a job? And I will search for jobs. And for that reason, let me say this. Most of my final year students, I start looking jobs for them. It's part of my job to help complete them. So we're not here to compete. Competition is on the football field. And Croatia is my team. I don't care. They've gone over. They love themselves. Yeah. But then beat up some big people 2018 and 2020, 18 and 2021. Two? They beat up some people again. Yeah. Small axe fall big tree. So always remember that we're not competing in this space like footballers. We're helping to complete each other. Yes? So, Dante knew that we get money get money. You know that Dante start beg money, just no more money, and start call people and beg them money. Dante collected $23,000. This is a leader, a selfless leader, who said if my name is on the list, not on the list, these people must be on the list. So from the $23,000, because of your selfless effort, you get $10,000. And lady, Olo, don't call your lawyer. She gets $6,000. Jonathan Dunkley gets $7,000. The monies that I collected a small amount of money this year, and I really want to say thanks. When I sat in my office, I said, God, send me some givers, because most of the persons who gave last year lost their jobs. One, she just bought her house. Just when I said just, I mean just bought her house. And one had to do a special doing her PhD, and the first payment was $1.4 million. So I could not ask those people for money. You have to use conscience. So from
I'd like Miss Christina Beveridge to come forward.
And she will be getting a facial at the Gentile Spa.
Taylor Howell.
Also a facial at the Gen Care Spa. We believe in balancing lives. Take care of yourself, love on yourself, pamper yourself. My physiotherapist is in the room. She just gave me one of the best massage ever. Please stand up. She's a first year student in the Faculty of Sport. She's So I take care of myself. And I'm encouraging you, do not just work. Take care of yourself. Miss Bryant just took a few days and told me she's out of town. I said, where are you? I'm at Nigville. I said, go girl! Yes. Also a facial at the Gen Care Spa. And this is for Lady Ole, a facial at the Gen Care Spa. So even though we didn't get as much, but I put some cash on what I got to ensure that our young people who are serving us, they know that we're thinking about them. You can't just have people working and they don't feel as though they're a part. It's also what's in it for me. While we expect for them to, because I believe in balance, I believe in standards, because you can be most productive but you're not professional, or you bring standards. I believe in the whole man, WHOLE. So all of these certificates and awards is about when you're doing evaluation of staff performance, there's a question that asks overall performance. Overall performance speaks loudly, because you can come to work very sick. I have persons who turn up sick, and some people, as they sneeze, they want to stay home. And I have people who come to work sick. Deandra is at work sick from the other day, and I send her home and she's still there. It's about commitment, and they talk about mindset, so we won't go in there because we're cutting the cake now. So we have, oh my God, I don't have the names on, but we have some gift certificates for some folks. I am so sorry, I don't have the names. I didn't remember to put on the names, but how can we do this now? We have some gift certificates for the bookshop, and I don't remember the names. I should. Can you pass my red phone, please? Yes. One of them. Some of our student workers are not up front, but they are in the back. What do you call it now? They're working behind the scene. So even the highlights that we showed today, it's one of our behind the scene student worker, where we have to get out here now. They will run us out. So can we get the cake over here so that so we can have it cut at the same time? We're going to celebrate our final year students. Please stand, our trainers. We want some pictures with you, so please come up here. Our photographer is waiting, because soon you will be sitting in another chair, and we want to have your pictures to show those people who are coming in. Okay. So Jonathan Dunkley will receive one of the gift certificates. Yes. Oh, the names. The names are there. Oh, Dante is no, don't go. Dante will receive one of the gift in person is Joshua Mahan, and he will also receive very committed student worker. He will receive a gift certificate for the bookshop for you're coming to collect $5,000 as well. Some of our full-time senior staff just heard about Pike and how well we're doing, and they just call and say, what can we do? I have some money at the bookshop. That's good. Those are people that are planting in your future. So, Mr. Garvin Gordon is from Applications, and he avails some of his book allowance to Jonathan Dunkley. Also, from Garvin Gordon, Shandi Paul? Shandi Paul. And their names were chosen by your supervisors. So if you're mad with them, go to them after. You're welcome. And also from Garvin Gordon, Danielle Cooper. To go in the details, but I just want to say thanks to the persons who contributed for the reason of financial constraints, those persons who received awards from ISS. You have ISS, you have different sections of ISS, like classroom technology, somebody help me please. Classroom technology. We have multimedia, yes. The multimedia part, but specifically, Shanice, can you remind me of the name of your unit? Classroom technology. Yes, Shanice and Jovian and Dale financially contributed to your awards, and we just want to say thanks to them. And we want to say thanks to Miss Maggie, who also called to say, I am giving you $10,000 towards. So Miss Maggie, Mrs. Francis, Mr. Downey asked me 2 days ago, what can I do for Pike this year? I said I need a gift certificate for Ollie. And I got the money. Thanks to our HOD, Mr. White, for paying this big sum of money for the food. I know when he said the bill, I'm going to say, Chinese, who you doing this? But the food tastes good, right? Yes. Thanks to Miss Alison Dundas, even though she's not here, she said, I'm sending you a little money to your account. Crystal Bruce that we saw on the screen, past student worker. It is great when somebody can look back to say thank you, how much can I give? Or here's a gift. You didn't ask me how much, but I'll give you this. Also, Garvin Gordon, thanks to the multimedia, the digital and social media production team, that is always, and Mr. Palmer, you're my family. Yes, Palmer is in my DNA. The supervisors, thank you for coming out, thank you for your support. The training facilitators, there are some of them not here, but Dr. Lester is still here. Thank you. My trainers who ensure that, somebody asked me the other day, all the people so good and competent. We have a train-the-trainer program. Can my senior train-the-trainers stand, please, and take a bow? the announcers of the awards and the certificates, thank you. To the attendees, thank you. And I hope I'm not leaving out anyone. The persons who are from the different faculties, I know some persons left, Health Center, Sport, Faculty of Science and Technology. I'm expecting you to go back and bloom as never before. We have persons here from the bursary and other places I may not recall immediately. Go back and bloom, leave fragrance. My first job was a babysitter, and when I left the job, the lady cried. Anything I do, if a toilet may I clean it nice. Yes, anything you're doing, leave a fragrance for people to smell the fragrance when you're gone. Now watch my face. Allow people to rise to your standard. Don't dip. Once you dip, they don't respect you anymore. Then big you up for dip, and as soon as you dip, yeah man, she's gone down now. For 32 years, I keep rising, and I'm rising for you. Thank you.
Brown says we are 12. I'd like those of us who have an opportunity or can take the opportunity to look at the cake. That's our way of celebrating a big birthday. Pike has impacted so many people, not just locally, not only regionally, but we are learning today, and I'm sure in other sessions and workshops that Pike's impact has been international and continues to be international. Ms. Brown, you are truly a visionary, and we hope that Pike outlasts us and goes and continues to grow and impact students and interns alike for many, 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 many years to come. And so we're going to have a symbolic cutting of the 12th birthday cake. Ms. Brown, are you going to be one of the persons to cut the cake?
One of my staff and one of my students.
Okay. So who are the designated cake cutters?
Okay,
So we're going to count down as the audience to help them to cut the cake, right? So we've seen it already, right? All right, let's see if we can follow it. Sir, put the cake in the middle. Put the knife in the middle. Right, between the 12 and the S. Yeah, just about the middle. So you cannot cut until 3 is said. Clear? Yes, 3. So you have to wait for 3. Whatever else is said, no cutting until 3, right? Got the instruction? So 1, 2, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 1/3, 2 and 2/3, 2 and 7/8, 3. So while our staff is helping us to put together the cake for distribution, I am told that I'm back on the program and I need to take my affirmation, right? So the cake is going to be cut up and shared. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask you to repeat after me, because this is our affirmation together, right? Because I'm now a member of or a beneficiary of the Pike workshop, right? So, let's go together. This is a commitment we're making as a group, right? So you're going to be repeating what I say, so you have to listen carefully. Today I affirm my commitment. Today I affirm my commitment to professionalism, to a positive mindset and the pursuit of high impact service provision in a changing world. I will demonstrate respect, justice, and competence towards creating the best service experience to realize retention and sustainability. That was our affirmation. How do you like your affirmation? Yes. This means that we are promising, Miss Brown, we are promising ourselves, we are promising the university that we're going to be committed to the highest possible standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've heard my voice enough for the day. And so I'm going to hand over to an even more competent person to take us to the close of the afternoon. And so I invite Miss Claudine Campbell to do the vote of thanks. Miss Campbell, Claudine. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I will be the final vote of thanks for this evening, so we're all waiting to vote. So, once again, good afternoon. I am Claudine Campbell, and it is my job to give the final vote of thanks. So, I'd like to start by thanking you all for staying and sitting here and attending this Pike training seminar for this year, with the theme Professional Development for Greater Impact. I would also like to thank Dr. Donette Wright for being our chairperson for today's event. On behalf of all the participants here, we are grateful you chose to once again share your talents to host and chair this year's event. You seamlessly guided us through the program with ease and kept us engaged during the transition of the various speakers. And Dr. Wright, you said something in your opening segment that, when you were asked to host this event for a couple of years ago, it was out of your comfort zone. But, as the years went by, you said you were able to develop your confidence with each event, and it has helped you in other aspects of your life and profession. And everyone, I do think that this is an example of transferable skills. And now it is evident that this is now your comfort zone. So I would like to thank you for the gifts and the credits that you handed out, even though I didn't get any. Yeah, I actually got blocked on my phone. I can't put on any credit now. So yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. So, but regardless of all of this, I do hope you come back and we host another staging of Pike. I do have a certificate here to showcase our gratitude of thanking you for participating and being such a diligent host to all of us here, in spite of the light going away and everything.
I saw he brought back the light.
God bless you. So can you come and collect this award? And once again, thank you everybody for coming and staying, and hopefully, I don't know if you'll see me, but I hope you guys attend the next year's staging if you are able to. All right? Safe travels.